Oh, good. The mayor has her.
It's me.
This is not the way to start the meeting. Okay, good. One in every crowd.
Only one, though.
I mean, so we actually can't make motions or vote.
And I'll
We're just
read
up here looking pretty.
Can ask questions and participate.
You muted?
I'm not connected. I got this. I want my documents instead.
Sabrina, you have been elevated to, not elevated to, or now the intern. Right at her.
Just what you want, another job, right?
Good.
Yes, yes.
As ready as we're gonna be. Thank you. I show it is now 5:32 on Wednesday, October 27th, 2021. I'd like to bring the Finance and Personnel 2 Committee meeting to order. Call to order and roll call. Alder Tom Smith.
Here.
Alder Jim Olson.
Here.
And Alder Wolf is also here. Please note in attendance are also the other three alderpersons, Alder Nutt, Alder Stevens, and Alder Burmaster. Also a number of staff and department heads and Eric Rindfleisch and also Mayor Kim Smith. Thank you everyone for coming this evening. Since this, I'll do that later, sorry. Consideration and action on minutes from the previous meeting.
I'll make a motion that we approve the previous meeting.
Second.
Motion by Alder Smith, second by Alder Olson to approve the minutes. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor of said motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item number 3, public input limited to 3 minutes per individual. If there's anyone in attendance this evening or online who would like to give public input, they may do so at this time. You're limited to 3 minutes. Give your first and last name and your home address, and you may give input at this time. Joanne or Amanda, do we have anyone online?
You do not.
Thank you. Anyone in attendance who would like to give public input at this time? First call. Second call. Third and final call. Thank you. I will close public input and move on with the printed agenda. Consideration and possible action on the following items. Finance number 4, 2022 proposed executive budget, including budgets for general fund, special revenue funds, debt service funds, enterprise funds, capital project funds, and community development authority funds. Since this is an additional meeting of the Finance and Personnel Committee, only those 3 members, being Alders Olson, Smith, and Wolf, are allowed to make motions, seconds, and vote on matters this evening, but all 6 alders are invited to have input and ask questions. There is a lot to look at this evening, and if F&P members are good with this, I would like to proceed like we have in past recent years, whereas we just started at the very beginning of the book, of the budget book that was issued to everyone. Everyone should have had a chance to review the proposed budget and ask questions of staff. I understand that the PDF that was also sent out by Finance will also be provided this evening for everyone also to follow along. If any alders have questions of staff as we go along, I will call it each of you up to the podium individually as those questions may arise. I've also talked with staff as I think we need to be respectful of staff's time as they have been here since this morning. So if we get so far along into the evening and it looks like we're going to be running really late, we can discuss whether or not we need to maybe adjourn to tomorrow night. But I think if we can push through this and finish by no later than 10 o'clock, I think I'd like to do that and try to wrap it up in all one night if at all possible. But I'm willing to come back tomorrow if that's what ends up happening. I think we just need to do what we need to do. So does anyone have an issue with that proposal? We're good with that? Okay. And if at any point in time, if someone up here, no side conversations, please, thank you. I know it must have been a little snippy. I can only imagine. Anyway, and if at any, I know we've had problems with audio and hearing one another in this room at times. So if there's anyone who up here who has a problem, please ask to have it repeated because we need to hear what people are saying. So if we want to start, if we can start with the 3-ring binder issued and just start with page 1. And Eric and or Sabrina, is there anything that you may want to start with at this time before we start? Eric?
As indicated, when the budget was submitted to the council, beginning of the month at the common council meeting, there were, based on some estimates and some changes that would likely occur, in particular, we'll look at revenue, we look at the insurance. There are additional handouts that Sabrina will go over today that are not policy driven. There are no decisions made by this council yet or by the committee, but are in the act of preparing the budget, some areas that were missed that we had to account for appropriately so that you have a true budget you're starting from. Sabrina will go over those, but be aware that the handouts there do need to be included in the budget discussions at some points as they are of imports, and we'll adjust the numbers that you are currently looking at in terms of reaching a budget that makes sense. I'll allow Sabrina to come to the summary of what we need to look for yet tonight.
Thank you. Sabrina?
So after some changes that were discovered through the budget review process, right now for the general fund, we're looking for 24,109.
24,109?
109, yep.
And those were changes to in the general fund.
Correct.
Okay. So $24,109.
Correct.
Okay. You'll kind of keep that running tab for us this evening.
Yep.
Alder Stevens?
So are we looking at increasing the budget by 24,109 or are we looking to remove that from other sources?
Eric?
With the changes, with the changes that are submitted, you'll not need to find cuts of 24,109 to have a balanced budget or additional revenue of that same amount to have a balanced budget. The revenue cannot come from the tax levy. The tax levy is at its full amount, which is why we can calculate for you the mill rate changes. That was on a separate sheet there. To recall, my proposal had about a 2.25%, 2.23. That mill rate is now at 1.73%, under 2%. That is a 1.73% growth over last year. So is what I mean to say.
Alder Knott?
Yeah, and again, I know these will just be recommendations, but I did take a real good hard look through all of these for many hours, knowing that we had a shortfall. I didn't know what the final number would be until just within the last 15 minutes or so. But I did come up with, I'll be making some recommendations to the council where we can cut 20,361, which gets us almost 85% of the way. I'm assuming other people, you'll probably not agree with some of mine, but other people may have other ones identified as well. So, okay.
Thank you. So if we're ready, we could just start with wage info. And I'll open it up as we go page by page, and I'll identify each tab. And if there's nothing, there's no questions, we'll just turn the page and just keep right on going. So any questions under wage info? I know I have talked with staff. Some of these titles, some of the position titles have changed. So these are not exactly perfect because there's been some transition with a reorg and that kind of thing. So.
Do you want me to go over the ones that will?
Sure, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Thank you.
So listed on that personnel, regular, full-time, part-time, on the first page, Amy Franzen is listed as Human Resource Director. She's our Human Resource Manager. Caitlin Hager is now the IS Manager. That change just happened. Nils Hausker is now the IT Manager. Justin Swartling is our Omni Center Manager. He was listed as Event Coordinator. That was due to the reorg, so.
Thank you. And on the second page, I talked with Amy earlier today. There is a vacancy with a utility billing assistant. I don't think I'm prepared to talk about that right now. We can double back to that to kind of flesh that out a little bit more. So there he is, Jared. So, and Jared, I apologize. I haven't had a chance to talk about that because we just talked with Amy like at 4:30. So, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. So.
Also on the second page, just to add, Samantha Cooper is no longer here, so that will be vacant as well for the paralegal.
Trying to find her on page 2. Oh, there she is. She's right above. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So any questions of wage info? She said that Samantha Cooper, right above the vacant, Samantha is no longer employed by the city.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So any other questions of wage info at this time? Alder Stevens?
On the third page, it seemed that one of the firefighters was kind of tenured and his salary seemed very low.
Sorry.
Is that correct?
It is. So that will be one of the budget changes that we will get to on the IAFF personnel justification. There was an error in recording salary for a few of the firefighters, as well as not including their longevity increases as well.
Is that something that you would like to take care of now since we are on that?
If you would like to, we can definitely do that. That is items 2 and 2A on the budget changes from proposed budget submission.
So what Sabrina is talking about is the handout that she gave all of us up here tonight. The budget changes from proposed budget submission. It's a 2-page document. So Sabrina, you're looking at items 2 and 2A. So that would rectify then the situation with the salary that was for James Netwall that needs to be adjusted properly. And as per the description on this handout.
Yep, so he was one of them, but also Corey Taylor's was understated. And then we had to add an additional firefighter that was missed in our initial submission.
And then this takes care of the longevity and
All of that. It will take care of all of it.
It's a big one.
so Chair will entertain a motion for 2 and 2A.
I'll make a motion that we approve the addendum from today to 2 and 2A for the budget changes to propose budget submission.
Second.
So motion by Alder Smith, second by Alder Olson to approve item 2 and 2A to add in and under discussion for transcription purposes. It is Fire Department account 100-52200-120 under wages regular to add in an additional $156,422. And 2A represents account number 100-52200-151 retirement WRS for an additional adding in to the budget, $29,132. Sabrina, at any point in time, if I misspeak, please let me know. I'm about 9 o'clock. I'll start misspeaking, I'm sure, or earlier. Discussion on that item. Hearing none, all those in favor of said motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Anything else on the budget sheets? Or excuse me, on the wage info tab that we're still on? Sabrina,
The next thing that I just like to make a note of, we do have two pay scales in here. The first pay scale that's listed is our current, and then the second one would be the proposed pay scale with that 2.25 COLA increase.
with the 2.25 COLA.
Correct.
And I would assume that there's nothing that we have to do with the COLA. If we approve the budget this evening, we are approving that COLA as part of that. Thank you. Just wanted to confirm.
And that's 2.25, right?
2.25. I do, and just as a point of order, I do know, just so to be transparent, the firefighters are at 2.1 union contract. I believe SWORD is at 2.25 and OPPA and SWORD. And I just heard like the county, I believe they're at 2.25 or 2.50 for the year. And I just heard like Onalaska and I think Holman School District are also 2.25 or 2.50 also this year, just for kind of comparison. So. So are we done with wage info? We can move on. If I don't hear anything, we're just going to keep moving. So next will be revenues. Tom?
Yeah, and I had brought this up with Eric and he had answered, but I thought maybe it would be good for anybody who might have the same question under contributions from school. It's on page 4 in our book. I just some of the notes that I had taken, so I had questions on and figured it'd be good just to bring them up in case somebody may have had or
Agreed.
Count number 100 is a 48510 contribution to school 21,500. And I was just asking what those contributions were for. And from what I understand, it's really like the DARE program. Isn't that what we said? And some of the police services that we provide.
Correct.
Because I was just, it seemed odd to me that, the schools, that kind of contribution from the school district, but it's to pay for those fees. Is that a clarification that's correct?
Correct. Perhaps misidentified as a contribution, which seems to be at will. It's by contract, the amount that they're contributing.
Okay,
to us.
okay. That's what I thought, but I thought might as well bring up my notes. So, thank you.
I have talked, and I can't remember if it was Eric or Sabrina, but at the top of that page, that same page 4 of 59, the second line down, it's miscellaneous income. It ends in 48,000. I don't remember if it was Eric or Sabrina. Help me.
That was me.
That was you. Thank you.
Mhm.
I asked why there wasn't any income shown or miscellaneous income. And Sabrina, do you want to expound on that a little bit? Because I know I had asked for a figure and you had given me that you would feel comfortable if we were to put in a projected anticipated $5,000.
Correct. And I actually have that on the budget changes. It's item 8. So if you want to move there right now, we can. When I initially budgeted for this account, miscellaneous income is miscellaneous. It may happen, it may not happen. Based on the prior years, I feel confident in budgeting a number in there of 5,000.
Thank you, Sabrina. Alderman?
So is that 5,000 already included in the $24,000 shortfall?
Unfortunately.
Okay.
Yes.
Good try.
Just have to make it so. That is not the answer I wanted to hear.
And so for clarification on that, that's just like a category where it doesn't fit anything else. I mean, I know it's miscellaneous.
Yeah, it's really our catch-all. If something comes in that we get some sort of contribution, or usually what I put in that account is if we have an insurance claim, I'll put the check that comes in and then I move it to an expense account to offset the expense. But in the past, we've just received miscellaneous income, whether it be additional interest on things that really aren't interests for property taxes or things of that nature. So it's just, we also just recently got an energy rebate from the Riverland Energy Cooperative. So that goes in there as well. So just miscellaneous items like
Stuff
that.
Just comes up as on unique kind of things.
Truly.
Correct.
miscellaneous.
Mhm.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
So you have so we're really adding it back in, but you have this on the sheet as it's a,
Yes, sorry, I should have used add and
you got me so.
add and
confused.
subtract. I'm using the accounting terms. So a credit to a miscellaneous income would increase it. So I'm
Okay,
using accounting terms, but if it's easier for me to use add, subtract, I can.
okay,
do
so we will be adding this back into, we are adding $5,000 into the 48,000 account. Okay,
Correct.
adding in. So Chair will entertain a motion for item 8A to add $5,000 back into that account.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Motion by Alder Olson, second by Alder Smith to add back in $5,000 to account 100-00000-48,000 for miscellaneous income in the exact amount of $5,000. Discussion. Tom,
So if we leave it at 0, like we did last year, could we take that 5 out if needed?
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm just looking for, I mean, not now, but I'm just saying that if we're looking for extra money, there's a 5,000 that isn't in there. Wasn't last year, it was 0.
Right.
Granted that we have to find a place for that stuff, but I was just kind of thinking ahead is there's a potential of 5 there that if we didn't take it back out of the budget since it's already in, there's 5, right? I like what you were saying, Steve, is was it already included in the new number? It is.
It is included in the 24, but if you take the 5 out, then we'll be at 29.
Okay,
Yeah, it's a revenue.
it is revenue. Okay.
Right.
All right, I was backwards
That
on
makes
that,
sense.
sorry.
yeah, I was confused.
Okay,
Oh, yeah, yeah,
I'm
right,
sorry.
right. Yeah, and yeah,
Okay, got it. Okay.
yeah, last year was budgeted 2,000, but this activity to date so far is $8,339.
Okay, got
So
it.
that's why I asked her opinion. That's why she was comfortable with the 5,000.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of said motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Anything else under revenues? I apologize, I'm working with the PDF and the hard copy, so. bear with me. Eric, yes.
In the budget book itself, there is a sheet from the state announcing our expenditure restraint revenue that we'll be getting. This is the revenue that we did not get in 21 because of the hiring of the 3 police officers and 3 firefighters the previous year in 2020. But the amount is $63,305. Just for the record, that is revenue that does offset some of the expenses that we did not get in the previous year.
Is that coming up in the next tab or where?
63,605, sorry.
That's under, right, yeah, the revenue page, yes. Yeah, 63,605.38 will be our ERP payment. Yes, thank you. So anything else under that tab, or can we move on? So we will move on to expense summary. Sabrina.
One thing in the expense summary, this will all change after we make these changes. So I'll have to distribute new documents here for the budget adopted, the budget summary. Those will change after all of the changes that are incurred today and next week. So
And what page are you on there?
Oh, she's,
Yeah,
yep, we're just going through the expenses in the PDF.
okay, okay.
So it follows your book.
Alder Smith?
Yeah, I had, and again, I brought it up again before, but I just wanted to kind of know in case anybody else had that question on public safety, emergency government. It's page 2 of 3 of that piece of it. That-
Could you just let us get to that first 2 of 3? So it's the third page in
Yeah,
from the
Yeah,
tab.
it's the top page. Yeah.
Top 10.
Yeah. Emergency government is the next to the last one of an increase at 94.5% increase. And it looked like it was 3341.21 and went to 6,500. And that just seemed like a big jump that stood out. And I did need the clarification for that. I don't know if Eric, you want to clarify that again, you know where I am? Everybody follow that where we are? Yeah. It just seemed like, I mean, I know it's important, emergency government, but that's a 94% increase. And I was just kind of curious on what's driving that. Actually, it's only $6,500, but when it's just that 94 really sticks out. So,
Looking online is page 23 of the packet. If you're looking at the PDF file.
yeah, it's been summary.
Yes.
Yes, third page.
Third page down.
Yeah, it's on the very top, public safety expenditures, emergency government.
This is also in your book printed in, under the tab of emergency government.
And what page would that be? The PDF?
Um,
Thank you.
Did you see Diane?
They're looking at the PDF.
Okay.
So my PDF, oh, you're talking,
In the book, emergency government.
you're talking the 3-ring binder PDF,
Yeah.
not the,
This sheet.
Yeah.
okay,
it's on
but
that.
that's the 3, that's the binder, right?
Yes,
Versus the attachments.
but it's also a tab on here under emergency.
Okay, right, okay, okay,
It's both
we've got
60.
two
it's both
documents going here.
$6,500.
okay. Eric, yes.
The detail is under, there's a tab later on, the detail for Department 52601, Emergency Government. When you get into the expenses, it's page 38 of 59 later on. I don't know what page on the packet that is.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Emergency Government has 2 line items, other contracting services and operating supplies. The biggest increase here is in operating supplies. Chief, you just talked about, it was the antenna, correct? Or the FirstNet, which is the, FirstNet is our cell phone providers that we have now, so it is a little bit different than we talked about, Tom, earlier. It is not the rave system I inquired, that's also already in the budget. This is for the FirstNet so that we have full coverage within the building, especially in Operations Center downstairs. So our cell phones will work during an emergency in the basement.
So that tie into rave too then? The rave?
The rave is the notification that goes out.
Okay.
FirstNet is the cell phone system provider for emergency services. So police and fire, and then emergency operations services. And so all your phones that are the city phone, if you have city phones, are run on the FirstNet as well.
Got it. Okay.
So that's for that antenna to go down.
Okay, thank you.
Is that a one-time expense then, that antenna, or is that, will this be larger every year going forward?
It'd be a one-time expense.
Thank you. Anything else under summary, expense summary tab?
One more question, which I had already talked to Eric and Sabrina about. Yeah, I'm sorry. On personnel management. If you look at the first tab here where we were just page 1 of 3 under federal general government expenditures, if you go down to personnel management, it's a 24, almost 25% increase. And to me, that kind of stuck out. But I think Sabrina said that was some reallocation of some different positions that are classified in a different area now. Is it, could you clarify? That's what it was, right?
Can clarify if you'd like. So in the way we had structured human resources and finance in the past, the HR, the old position was not an HR generalist. It was, what was the old position? I don't know. I was before my time, but the old position prepared payroll. So we allocated that salary amongst many departments. But now payroll lies mainly within my department. HR does a piece of it as well, but the HR generalist would be charged to HR, not to all of the other departments.
So that's why it's almost 25%, but it's really just reallocating it.
Correct, correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
The position also, going from, I believe it was a HR payroll specialist position to an HR generalist position, which is also a great hire. So it's not just a split, it's also, there are increased costs to the position.
You may want to stay there for just a second, because I've got Alder Stevens. I mean,
And you're assuming the description.
I don't know, but I thought I might save you a trip.
I-
Don't make a liar out of me now.
Within this budget tab for expense summary, there is a graph labeled the 2022 general fund expenditures. And one thing I saw that was kind of curious was it has the 2022 general fund expenditures, and then the to the right is the 3 years prior. And the largest part of the city pie is public safety, going back starting at 19 at 57.72. 59, 58.95, and then we're at 58.07. And I'm just kind of curious, knowing that we've added, we've allocated more resources to public safety by adding the 3 police and 3 fire. I would have expected that number to become larger. How is it that that's stayed the same?
Sabrina?
I can answer that. This pie chart will change when we add in those wages that were missed.
Right.
If that answers your question, that will be a huge piece.
I wonder if we're looking at this. The answer is yes.
Yes, and Alder Smith?
One more, and then I'm done with this part. Actually, on the expense again, under page 203, the tab, under recreation, education, the library, almost 17.94% increase. Just clarification of what's driving that.
Under library.
Yeah, under library, the first item there, it's 89,579 versus 75,950.
Dan?
Dan?
Welcome, Dan.
Give
You're the
Eric,
first
give
one.
Eric a break.
Put the microphone up here too, so high as short guys have trouble reaching it. That difference is the reorg in our department. So we lost a person in that department that took care of City Hall and the library. So when we reorganized, we split the differential of what of the wages and stuff for that person that goes to. So that's what you would see.
Again, it's an
That
allocation.
increase is just from how we've allocated the full-time wages and benefits that are split up.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Oh, you're good. Questions? This is the time to flush.
Yeah, I
it
had a
out.
lot of questions earlier. but-
Any other questions at this time? Hearing none, I'm ready to move on to Common Council. Sabrina.
Sorry, Alder, did you want to go first? Okay.
I'm going to keep deferring to Sabrina first, probably forever, because that's going to kind of be the driver.
So on your budget changes document, this is item 3. It was noted through the review process that I undercut you all, so my apologies. There has been some changes recently with the wages, so with discussion with Alder Burmaster, discussions with our city attorney and our city administrator, wages were incorrectly stated. We should have had 3 alders for 3 months making $400, and then the 9 months after that would make $500 a month, and then 3 alders making $500 a month for all 12 months. and then the council president making an extra $100 per month. So this was a difference of $2,100 adding to the expense. And then the subsequent $161 being the change for FICA.
Thank you, Sabrina. So Amanda, I apologize. There's one question that I was going to ask you. I know the ordinance that was made, when does because I want to make sure we get every dollar accounted for. We're not doing this again. The ordinance when that for future for alder pay, when does any COLA that is given to non-union staff, alders would also get? When does that kick in? Is it every year or every other at the end of the term? Or I try to read that and I gave up.
So the first time, the first group will realize that will be in next year's budget in 2023.
Okay, so everyone next year will be, or everyone from the 22 to 23 council, end of,
The
Yes.
people that are reelected
right.
will receive that.
So the council year from April to April of 22 to 23, everyone will be at 500.
Yes, so moving forward, once we bring that up, everybody will be at 500, and then the people that are reelected in 2023 will come in with the COLA increase from the last 2 years, which would basically be, because there wasn't one last year, whatever the COLA increase for this year is.
So what happens to those who are elected or reelected in 2022?
They will not receive the COLA increase until 2024.
Gotcha. I'm sure payroll is really pleased with us.
Grace.
All or not.
Okay, so this will be my first recommendation to the council to consider an adjustment downward in one of the recommended budget line items. And actually, the good news on this is I actually overlooked this. So this is 2K that wasn't included in the initial quote that I told you that I've kind of done some homework on. And that's going to be under the last line, 51100-322 legal notices. And you're going to see this is the methodology I use throughout all when I make recommendations to the council here. Is I'm going to take a look at what the historical usage is for the last 3 years. I'm going to account for the fact that perhaps 2022 is going to have an unusually high and become the new high year, if you will. So I'm still recommending we cut $2,000 from that, which still puts us 30% higher than anything we spent in the last 3 years.
So thank you, Alderman. So if I heard you right, you're talking about on the expense side of the common council,
Yeah, for
the
the,
second to the bottom.
yeah, where you have 12,140.
And
And you actually go down to 10,000 even. You can cut
yes,
12,140 from that.
and thank you for that. So to piggyback on that, you and I obviously are of the same thinking. I have talked with the city administrator and just looking at how it had trended over time, I had asked him if he would be comfortable cutting that, and he said that he would be comfortable. I don't know if anything's changed. We were looking at the possibility of cutting it by $6,000 and leaving $6,140, but has anything changed?
Correct. The big jump occurred in 2020. In 2020, we anticipated a lot more legal notices. That was the recodification and all of the ordinance changes that we're looking at. So we boosted that budget for that year. We kept that number the same in 2021, but I believe without a major project, it can be reduced again.
So you, bottom line, you would feel, if I heard you right, that you would be comfortable, we could remove $6,000 from that fund and leave $6,140 in it.
It's a big one.
Yeah. Becomes the newest, biggest.
Correct. The highest amount that we did was in 2020, which was 7,000 worth of expenses. So this would be under the 2020 experience. But again, 2020 was an unusual experience year.
Yes, so our chair will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we reduce a line item under budget worksheet for the common council legal notices, which is 150,1100322 legal notices, reduce it by 6,000 to 6,140.
Second.
Motion by Alder Smith, second by Alder Olson to reduce 100-51100-322 legal notices under common council to reduce it by $6,000 to leave a expense amount of $6,140. Discussion. So Stephen, that's a little even better, huh?
Yeah, I think it might be a little too much simply because that's actually less than the highest expenditure in the last 3 years. So you're definitely assuming some risk. And if you're comfortable with that, that's
And
fine.
that was my concern, because I was just kind of
Yeah.
looking at going forward, what do we kind of anticipate? Kind of, because I know we've done a lot, but I'm comfortable.
I'm good with it too.
Okay. Any other discussion at this time? Hearing none, all those in favor of said motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Oh. I'm sorry. Oh, yes, yep. So we still need to. Looking at our handout from Sabrina, item 3 and 3A. We need to add back in as an expense. Item 3 and 3A. So Chair will enter a motion for those two items.
I'll make a motion that we add in items 3 and 3A, salaries, regular and FICA. Item number 1 for 2,100 and the other one for 161 to the budget as proposed.
Second.
Motion by Alder Smith, second by Alder Olson, to add in for items 3 and 3A to common council for salaries, regular and FICA. One line item is for 2,100. The second one is for $161. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor of said motion say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Anything else under, oh, Eric?
Regretting not having a mic here, but I know you can't hear me when I talk from down here, so I'll
Better
keep
up there.
popping up and down.
Better here.
Using the sort of the same thought that we did with the public notices, on that same page, I noticed that we do seem to have a frequent over budgeting for our expense, and that would be under transcriptionist services. I'm not suggesting that we reduce the amount that we pay our transcriptionists. We have a contract for that, but we always seem to over budget for the actual expenses, if you look at the last 3 years as well. So none of you have come to me and asked that question. Did not see that myself, but as we still need to find, thousands of dollars, I bring that to your attention to see if that's something that you would like to look at this evening.
That was my question. My next question before you got up, I was wondering, this subscription is $6,500. Is there anywhere we could squeeze some money out of there that we could live without?
I'm looking at what we've actually spent year to date, and we seem to spend it.
Yeah, we do, but are there things that we could reduce? I don't know what we spend it all on, the subscriptions, I guess.
Alder Burmaster?
Is it the league fees?
You're hard to.
Yep.
Yeah, you're
I
hard
don't
to.
have this on.
Okay.
Correct.
But it's a percentage, I would guess, to the league, because when we get those dues in there apportioned.
Okay, I just was.
They have a calculation for population and what have you.
Okay.
and that they give us that dues each year. So I.
That's the majority of it.
Correct.
then, yeah. Okay, I didn't know if there was like subscription.
That is
of
the only
magazines or
subscription
something we could live without, but doesn't sound
I would
like.
highly recommend staying members of the league. They do.
Yeah, that I-
Loving for us, so.
Okay,
So
Yeah,
Eric,
for that.
you did.
What I was
say-
mentioning was the transcriptionists section there. If you take a look at that.
Yes, so you would be, don't leave yet, hold on, come back. You were feeling comfortable with maybe reducing by 1,000? Did I
I
hear that?
believe you look at history that we're somewhere in the mid 3,500 or so that we're looking at actual expenses. We're budgeting 7,200 each year over the last 3 years. I don't think we've gotten that high. And again, this would not reduce the amount that we're actually compensating the transcriptionists. It is reducing the amount that we're budgeting for the transcriptionists.
That would bring it down to 6,700 if we dropped it by 1,500. That sound right? Okay, I'll make a motion to do it if we want to discuss it. I'll make a motion that we reduce our transcription contract from 7,200 to 6,700, reducing it by 1,500.
That's only five.
I thought
Totally
it was
fine.
700.
5,700, I'm sorry.
57, okay.
Sorry, yeah, 5,700. It's my motion.
Is there a second? So motion by Alder Smith, second by Alder Olson to approve removing $1,500 and leaving a balance of $5,700 under Common Council transcription contractual 100-51100-291. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor of said motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Anything else under Common Council? So we will turn to Police and Fire Commission. I don't have anything. Anyone else? We'll just keep turning on to City Attorney.
Municipal court.
Police and Fire, yeah, mine goes from Police and Fire.
Goodness.
Oh, I don't have a tab, so it's a separate
It's
sheet.
just, yeah, it's just one sheet.
Okay, yeah, so municipal court.
7.
So nothing municipal court. So, I was there.
It's also for the record, this dollar amount does not indicate our total municipal court cost. This is only the general fund portion to pay for the municipal court. My question seems to come up and I'll just answer it publicly for everybody.
Thank you. So City Attorney. Alder Nat.
So turn this on. So there are two line items here I've identified for consideration from the council. First one is, both of them are right at the bottom. 51300-330 seminars, conference and travel. I'm thinking we can reduce that from 3K to 2K. And that's based on the past usage. Hasn't even approached the 2K. The most they've used so far was in 2020, which is amazing. That was a COVID year. 1383 was what they did. And the other ones were in the hundreds of dollars. So I'm still comfortable if, with your consideration, that 2,000 would be enough to cover that.
So on that note, and Sabrina, I apologize, when you talked about having the PDF up, I thought it was going to be of the 295 PDF.
Amanda also
you
has
can-
that available too. Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. And the reason, and thank you for that input, Alder Nat. I know when I look at the 290 for the attachments PDF, I see that there is $3,000 in here where it shows miscellaneous seminars of 300. It is page 24. Miscellaneous seminars of 300, LCBA, ECLE is 180, IMLA out of state with flight 1500, LWM 1000. I would advocate strongly, as I did earlier this year, for especially coming out of COVID year last year and transitioning this year, and hopefully we will have a wonderful year next year that people will be able to travel and go to conferences and learn and continuing their continuing education. I will continually say that some people may think that our biggest assets in the city are our buildings and our land, but to me, that is our employees. And I think we need to continue reinvesting in our employees. So I will strongly advocate. I don't think this is the time to skimp on travel and seminars and education. At least that's my position. So, but I appreciate your input, Alder, because I think it's,
Decision.
I would agree with you, Diane. I think that right now with COVID, there was a lot of stuff went to a standstill. And we kind of need to get out, I think, more and to get more employee development, more training, and if that means some travel. I'd hate to reduce it at least this year coming up and then we'll see how things go. Because we really didn't do a lot last year.
Yeah, and I think there's been, we've fallen behind.
Yeah.
And I think that we owe it to our employees to catch them up and stay where they.
The amount is not, that much, so, yeah, it's reasonable, in my opinion.
Thank you. Alder Stevens.
Was wondering if the city attorney, if there was any special conferences or travel that was anticipated for this year that would have value to the city. Do we have room to take money out, or is there stuff that we think that you think that you really should do?
Yeah, so the IMLA conference that is in there at that 1,500 mark is the International Municipal Lawyers Association. And by international, it's really Canada and North America. So it's the equivalent of a national conference. But that is a fairly valuable conference, especially when we have federal law changes. We relied heavily on IMLA when we had Reed versus Gilbert and our sign code issues and other issues of that nature. In 2020, it was outright canceled, and it's primarily virtual this year. And so the actual first opportunity to attend it will be in 2022. And so that's why that budget has been underutilized the last 2 years.
Alder Knott.
Okay, and again, some of these are very small dollars, but they do add up. That's how I got to the figure I had. I'm looking at 51300-340 up.
Stephen, so if everyone, when we're on could you tell us what page of what page? Because there's.
Oh, it's page 8 of 59.
9 of 59?
8. It's the legal page still. Under the operating supplies, I'm thinking we can probably salvage $200 from that, which still would leave plenty to cover even what was previously the most expensive year at about $2,600. That would leave $2,800 in it.
Amanda, your thoughts? You're thinking 200?
200 is what I'm recommending to the council.
So what's the pleasure of the committee?
I'll make a motion that we reduce the operating supplies under legal from 3,000 to 2,800, reducing it by $200.
Second.
Motion by Alder Smith, second by Alder Olson to reduce operating supplies under legal 100-51300-340. Reduce it from $3,000 to $2,800, minus a total of $200. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor of said motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Alder Knott.
Last comment on legal. Actually, this wouldn't be any savings. I would recommend that the council consider moving a couple $100 around. When you take a look at same page, 51300-310 office supplies, where legal has 1,000, I'm seeing in past year, in the 2020 year, that wouldn't have covered it. It's pretty darn close in the years prior. And of course, we're expecting inflation. So I'm looking at, I would recommend that goes up to 1,200. And the way that we would cover that is I'm recommending a reduction of 100 in -240, the hardware software maintenance, because that looks like it's slightly over what we've ever spent. And also a reduction of $100 under 312, which is copy usage and paper, from $500 to $400, because we never even come close to that either. So that would, the new lines then would be 1301 for hardware software maintenance, which is the line 240, 1,200 for office supplies, which is 310, and 400 for copy usage and paper under 312.
Thank you, Stephen. So if we could, just one second, so Sabrina, so when maybe Sabrina and or Eric, so when we're talking really small dollar amounts like this, at the end of the year, as far as for budget reconciliation,
Does it not matter?
and I don't take this wrong. I'm just trying to
I don't know.
justify.
Does
At the end of the
matter.
day, it's just a matter of how it all balances out. So sometimes when they're up here, it just kind of all balances out. So I just don't know if I want to keep making several little tiny motions for 100 here and 100 there, or whether it has merit or not. So I guess that's what I'm asking.
The budget document as approved to whatever line item is the guiding budget document that we, as department heads, do try to live under throughout the year. We do take it seriously to try to do so.
Closer.
So whatever numbers are there are the policy established, and that's what we try to accomplish and try to hit. Having said that, then within each department, as you were indicating, Alder Wolf, at the end of the year, then the first settlement is within departments. So if we overspend in some of our line items, but underspend some other line items, then it's a wash within the department generally.
So don't
We're not
worry
really
about it
doing-
inside of departments then.
Mhm.
Okay.
Now, if it goes amongst departments, that's a different reconciliation, that if one department overspends something and we have to balance that with underspending somewhere else, that's a reconciliation that's done differently. But within departments, it's generally, stay within your overall budget, but use the actual budget as a guidance.
Okay. I only had 3 or 4, but I won't mention those then either.
I thought I just bring it up now, but I really appreciate what
Yeah,
you're
no,
saying.
I
but
got it.
Yeah, I just thought I'd just ask now.
My thoughts too is that, we can see inflation is gonna go up, and I think paper and supplies and stuff, I have a feeling we're gonna be paying a lot more than what we even budgeted, just you can see what's starting to happen. So as we project forward, I'd rather be more on the conservative side and not cut anything in those areas, because if nothing, we'll probably end up being challenged with that, because you're starting to see paper costs, everything's starting to really skyrocket. So I would not cut any of those day-to-day things for that reason, and hopefully between departments, we can balance it out, but I'd stay away from the diamond nickel stuff because we may need it all. So.
Alder Stevens.
Well, the discussion kind of went a different way. I was going to suggest that, building off of what Stephen had said, my concern on line 240 is that with an amount of 1401, that seems like that's very specific, and those are for software maintenance. Those could be like subscriptions or how much it costs to maintain that. But I do agree that the 312 seems like that's a little bit overinflated. So rather than do the 100 from 240 and 100 from 312, I would have just suggested instead to take 200 from line 312 and leave 241 by itself. But I think we're past that. You asked.
I appreciate your input. Thank you. So.
One more question on other contractual services, and it's not really looking at, it's just more of a clarification, because I know our numbers have gone up and down on that.
Number 290.
Yeah, 290, where we were at 79, then we dropped, 2020 budget was 18, and now we had 11.8, and we're going to about 20,000. And I assume a lot of that is the outsourcing contracting for sewer agreements, some of that stuff, Eric, is that, or maybe Amanda's, because we do have, that's the concern I have, is that we have a lot of legal expenses, and just trying to see if this is getting reduced, and is 20,000 still is what we need.
I think before we go too far, though, we do have a motion a second on those transfers for the $200, don't we? Was it seconded?
No, we
No,
didn't.
we didn't second it.
Well, I interjected before
we stopped it.
went with any
Okay.
questions.
We decided just to leave it.
Operating supplies for 200, that's
200 from legal.
from legal, we're
Yeah,
leaving
I
that.
thought you did.
That one we did do, yeah, because we
Okay.
dropped it to 2,800.
Yeah, so you should be up to 7,700 is what
Yeah,
I've got.
did we vote on that? I thought we did.
Yes, yep.
Yeah, that's the last one.
Well, but we didn't do the paper and the.
Yeah,
we
we
just
didn't, you
skipped
didn't
over.
move the things around. The 200 off.
It was the 200, but we didn't move the things around.
Yes,
Correct.
just the one.
That was approved, and we did add that.
And I thought that on the moving things around, there was a motion on that.
No,
No.
it didn't get seconded.
No,
We
because-
just discussed it.
Because per your input, if it's internal to that office, they have a lot of latitude already.
That's why I wanted
So
to ask now before we
Yeah,
get
I
any
don't want
further.
that.
But I appreciate.
wise choice, because they'll hit you with
absolutely.
another 3 or 4 more. So.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Everything's worthy.
We may have to come back to that if it gets really bad.
So Eric.
In 21 in particular, there are outside legal costs that we've been engaged, mostly to employment practices, but the water and sewer contract, the sewer would pay for those legal services themselves. You wish to add anything?
So I assume that's the bulk of it then, right? I mean,
Yeah.
okay. And we're comfortable, we still need the 20. I mean, we can't reduce it at all. We think at least,
Well, and I know in past years, before we had a full-time attorney on staff, I remember those years.
that's the
what
79,
contractual
yeah, these are the
was,
big ones,
we
yeah.
should have seen previous years.
Yeah, I bet, yeah.
And I know that we were assured that over time, those costs have come down and they have, we've been at that, about that $20,000 figure. But I believe we were also told that we should always be planning on budgeting that amount because there's just times when we use outside sources for various things that are.
Okay, just asking.
Just for- yeah.
You know,
The bulk of that is for employment, and I expect that that is something that could continue in 2022.
Okay,
So good with legal, Alder Stevens.
We know that we have a vacancy at the paralegal position. We have an idea how soon that will be filled?
We
Will it be
repost,
filled for all of 2022 or?
yeah, so we reposted it. It's already been reposted. We are looking for a January 1st start date.
Okay. I had that on my notes too.
I know. We're all looking for pennies.
Worthwhile ask.
Absolutely.
I
We're
was
all
gonna go there if we were still short, but never mind.
the next John. So anything else for legal or city attorney? If not, I'm gonna just, oh, the next page is city administrator. Anything under city administrator, Ald or not?
Sorry, Eric, there's a couple of nickel and dime ones in here that I'm going to recommend and hear your input, of course, too. So first one I'm going to recommend to the council is line 225, phone, internet, and cable. Again, I'm seeing we haven't ever expended that full 1,100 amount. The most expensive year is 863. Is it possible, what would be the impact if we reduce that down to $900? That would save us 200.
That number for all departments historically has been allocated based on our bills that we receive. It's not one that I control within my own department. I don't think there'll be any overall impact to that based on the experience that gets allocated to my departments throughout the year or throughout the last 3 years. So I think we could reduce it.
Okay. So that's first, so I'll write these down and you all can decide which ones. You could probably take it up as
Do we-
one motion or
Do we have an idea of an amount?
$200 is what I was recommending.
200?
Yeah.
Okay.
that's the phone and internet cable.
Yep.
So from 1,100 to
Yeah. Do you want to do them individually or do you want me to just keep going down the list?
Why don't we hear them all?
Okay. The next one I'm going to recommend is under 290, other contractual service. Again, we have 000 actual expenditures for the last 3 years. So I'm recommending we take some risk on that and reduce it down to 450, which would save us $300. What do you think there, Eric?
I would be in agreement with that.
Okay. And then,
If I could interject, there's been no expenditures in the last 3 years. Why not bring it down to 0?
Or that moment that we do need to bring in a contracted person, that would be, then there's no budget for it. But I'll be frank that outside of, I mean, it was been set there since I got here as a way to be able to contract out. But there's only one catch. I can't contract out on my own. I have to go to council for that. So it's never been utilized. But it is an opportunity for within our purchasing that I could contract for some kind of service if need be.
it's just how much risk the council wants to take
What
ultimately.
were you saying? Down 300?
Down through, what I recommend was down to reduce it by 300 down to 450.
Okay,
TND.
All right.
okay, I'm okay with
The
that.
possibility of suggestion was reduced by 300 to bring it down to 450.
And the next one I've identified, Eric, is under 311 postage. Again, You haven't even gotten to $100 before, so I'm recommending reduce that $150 down to 120 from 270. Okay,
We did just have a postage.
no, I got it.
Steve, can you repeat that? You would decrease it by 100?
150. They haven't voted on it yet though, but yeah.
I'm just making notes.
So, yeah, and-
Yeah,
and
So
I
it'll be
will
down, so what would be the new total then?
New total would be $120. That's okay with you, Eric?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and the next one is under 320 subscriptions and dues. It's been $600 year after year after year, and we've never come close to actually expending all that money. I'm recommending a $200 decrease to $400. What do you think?
Will be a new membership, and that will be the WCMA membership, which is not included in here.
Oh, okay.
As well as the
That's a big one.
ICMA one, so we'd likely be at 600 in the next year.
Okay, I'll withdraw that recommendation then. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. And the request on the budget would be for the Onalaska Business Association membership as well. That's not a very big one, but it's that'd
Okay.
also be part of that.
Leave it at 6.
600 will cover.
Yeah, I want to recommend that then. And the last one is 330 seminars, conference and travel. Taking into account what Diane said, I'm going to significantly reduce my recommendation. But I'm still wondering if you can live on 3,500 instead of 4,000.
4,000 was input at the last time that the employment agreement was signed. So the 4,000 is in line with the separate document, which is the employment
Oh, okay. Never mind there too.
was raised. In the next year, anticipates more overspent that in 19, underspent it obviously in 20 where there were no conferences in 20. There are, well, the existing year to date is $1,500. We just came back from a conference that's not included in here. And I believe there's an earlier one that's also not included in here. So I think the 4,000 will be hit next year.
Okay, so that was the end of my recommendation. So the ones that I understand are for consideration to the council are a reduction of $200 to line 225, phone, internet, cable, reduction of $300 to line 290, other contractual service, and a reduction of $150 from 311, which is postage.
So moved.
I'll make a motion. He can't.
I did.
Oh, you did? Okay. All right, I'll second it.
So just to review, from the city administrator tab, for phone, internet, cable, 100-541, excuse me, 51408-225 to reduce the $1,100 figure, $200. The line item 100-51408-290, other contractual service, reduce that $300. And postage number 100-51408-311 to reduce that $150.
Got it.
And Sabrina, we're good with that? Perfect. So I have motion by Alder Olson, second by Alder Smith. Discussion. What are you doing up here?
He's a new city administrator.
I guess.
No, it's.
Taking a
I wanna-
break.
I want to just discuss quick the phone item.
Yes, thank you.
Happens to be in the administrator's budget here, but you're going to see it recurring throughout the budget. We did switch phone carriers, cellular phone carriers this year. So we switched from Verizon to FirstNet for a variety of reasons. But as part of that, we received a contract that gave us the first 2 months free nils. So we had the first 2 months free, plus we had money coming back from Verizon on the back end because we were paying ahead. So there's so just a little bit there, our cell phone bills are, and pretty much every department now relies on cell phones. So you're gonna see that across the board, that our phone and is gonna be down a little bit, but then it's gonna actually go up a little bit next year. So just a word of thought, if you're going to be looking at those line items, there's probably room there, but I just want to point that out.
Thank you, Jared. Appreciate it.
Jared.
Did we vote?
No, good.
I didn't think so.
Got it.
That was a long discussion. I still remember if we voted. So
We did.
any further discussion on those three line items? Hearing none. All those in favor of said motion say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. So anything else for city administrator?
I'm sure I'd just like to point out that between the city administrator, council, and the attorney, we have found a full 1/3 of our $24,000 shortfall.
We're just getting started.
That six was.
Down to 15,759.
Oh, thank you,
Years, but
sir.
we take a lot of money.
Okay, on to the mayor. Sabrina.
One thing on the mayor, and I did not put this, oh, never mind. Never mind. I was looking on the wrong line, sorry.
No, you're good. We get mayor. Anything for mayor? Or not?
Yeah, I've got two recommendations for consideration. And again, just like some of the previous ones, I'm sure that the mayor can let me know if there's something I'm not aware of, because that's always possible. So the first one is a nickel and dime one. Again, it's off of the line 225, phone, internet, and cable. I'm thinking we might be able to reduce that down to 500. I don't know. It maybe, you know what? I'm not going to recommend that based off the 2020 activity. Never mind. And then the last one that I have under the mayor for consideration is under the subscriptions and dues. Now, it may be that we have something new coming out like we did with the city administrator, but barring that, I'm thinking we might be able to reduce that by 1,000 actually, because 800 is still more than we've ever spent. Is there something, Mayor, that we don't know?
And if I may add, because I don't know, on the other PDF, under mayor, the breakdown for $1,800 is League of Wisconsin Urban Alliance for $625, OBA $175, Chamber Marketing for $750, and Ladco Industry Appreciation Event for $250. I was trying to save you the walk.
So those are itemized. Where's that itemized list at in here?
That's on the
If
PDF.
you go to the
PDF.
PDF,
Oh,
those expenditures are itemized there.
okay.
Right
Yeah,
there.
oh, that makes sense.
Never mind.
I keep them.
Yes. It had a stretch, right? Alder Stevens.
At risk of going the wrong way, the mayor's, the salary expense for the mayor seems like it's lower than what I would have expected it to be.
Where is that, please?
110.
110, thank you. Salaries regular. My understanding is that a lot of it is in water.
The water also takes a portion of the mayor's salaries and expenses.
Well, good.
Underwater, right?
There's no way any one of us can know everything and how all this nuance would interact. So we're going to be saying some very foolish things all night long.
For the record, Jim just said he is familiar with that. Okay. Anything else with mayor? Because the mayor got to get by really easy here. Yay. Okay, so we are going to move on to finance. Alder Not.
Okay, this would have been one where I would have been recommending movement between them, but I won't. But I do have two nickel dime ones. I'd like to see what Sabrina has to say about it. First one is item 225, phone, internet, cable. I'm thinking we can probably chop off $100 and still have plenty left to serve. And I understand now with what Jared had mentioned that we'll have to take that in consideration next year, probably having to increase it. But do you think you can live with $100 less on our phone and internet?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next recommendation is $250 from line 241, which is equipment maintenance C, which will bring that down to 300. And we've not spent that at all in the previous years. Is there any issue with that?
I believe, oops, what did you say? Yeah, there is some activity this year. I think this is maintenance on our copy machines, which are getting older. But I would be fine dropping it a little bit. Just know that in the future, we might have to increase it.
You want-
If I may, Adam, I'm seeing on that 295 PDM. Coin machine is 275 and the currency machine is 275. That's where the 550 is coming up for the equipment maintenance contractual.
Okay. All right. Got it. So you need 550. Okay, so it's just the $100 that I'm recommending. $100 is $100. We have a shortfall.
So I do want to bring up though, under, just like I said, I'm working with two documents here, so just bear with me. Under other contractual services, we have a line item of 13,200
Oh, yeah.
it ends in 290. Sabrina has added in something new this year under armored car services for a total amount of 2,000 as part of that 13.2. And I would like to defer to her for some information.
Amanda, we're on page 34
34. Thank you.
of the budget attachments. So the armored car services, this came to my attention as soon as I started. Prior practice was the finance director or having the police come and take our deposit to the bank. I did reach out to Rochester Armored Car Services, and it would cost us $150 a month for them to come twice a week, which is what we're currently doing. We're taking our police officers off the road twice a week to take our deposit to the bank. Thankfully, we haven't had any issues that I'm aware of with that process. But this seems like a much better option for $150 a month during tax season when we need to take money to the bank every day. We may still have to use the police department or myself taking the deposit to the bank. But very good services. I've heard nothing but good things about them. So that's my recommendation.
Thank you. Alder Stevens.
Actually, twice a week is a lot more competitive. I would have thought they'd charge a lot more per transfer. So now I'm rethinking this because I have this highlighted where we should maybe consider taking that out. We do have guys with, guns and souped up cars that could go to the bank probably just fine. I'm curious if the Chief Ashbeck has, like, how much of an expense on our time is this?
I don't think of it as much of an expense. I just think of taking a police
Well,
officer off the road.
labor
Yeah.
resource that we're taking away from police.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, it's not really an extra expense for us. It's just, we're diverting resources towards this, that we could be handling other calls for service that to me feel probably a higher priority than this service. So that was why I had asked Sabrina to look into contracting that service.
I was gonna ask to pull that, but I think I'll not.
I think it's a good business.
Okay, yeah. Well, it's moot, but I was going to say if, assuming 30 to 45 minutes each time you do a run twice a week, you're talking 50 to 60 hours of police work that isn't being done as police work every single year. So, yeah.
Personally, I when you first told me about it, I like the idea. I mean, you just start running the numbers and it makes sense to me. So, yeah, I support it. So.
Yeah.
So anything else in finance?
The only one was line 225 then for $100.
I'll make a motion that we reduce, which one was that?
225.
225 phone and internet cable by $100 down to $1,040.
Second.
Motion by Alder Smith, second by Alder Olson to remove $100 from phone, internet, cable, 100-51411-225. So the balance will now be as an expense, $1,040. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor of said motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. I think we're done with finance. And we will turn the page and go to clerk. Let me get settled here. What page is clerk on the PDF? Is it like 34 or something? Thank you. I have my notes on the PDF here too. That's what I'm looking to. Anyone have anything for clerk? Aldernat?
Yeah, first one is just a question to clarify. I'm looking for what changed on 225 phone, internet and cable. Well, I guess it's a reduction overall to meet historical, although I see in 2019, we spent 50% more than that. So is that actually even going to be enough? Are we expecting it to be more in the $50 to $100 range like the last 2 years? Because if that's the case, we certainly can reduce that. But if it's going to be more in line with 2019, then it might not be enough.
Joanne?
I did have a conversation with Jared before I reduced that, and we reviewed my numbers and decided with the new carrier that we were comfortable with the reduction that I made, that we would still have enough in the budget.
So how much do you think we could reduce it by?
How much was it reduced by?
Oh, so that is the reduction, the 600. Got
I
it.
did reduce it to 600.
Okay, all right. Next is under 310 office supplies. I'm wondering if we can reduce that by as much as 200, which would bring it down to 1230. We have never spent anywhere near that in the past. It just keeps you holding the line of where you were the last several years on the budget, but you haven't actually spent close to that before. Anything, Joanne?
So
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
Did you say 2?
200, yeah. And then the next one is along similar lines with 312. I'm wondering if we can reduce that by $300 from $1,400 to $1,100. Because again, we have never exceeded 1,000 in the past. What do you think?
Again, I'm fine with that.
Okay, so 200.
Is that legal notices?
The copy usage and paper, 312
Minus 300.
minus 300.
So if I may ask Joanne, so obviously when going into an election year, anything for elections, that's going to be under the election tab. So if I could just ask and get maybe a 1 minute or less response if possible. So copy usage and paper. So that would be typically like if you're doing budgets like for public works, are those copies like for agendas that goes under public works?
Correct. Yep, we do code like each agenda based on the department that it falls under. Correct. Yep.
So when it comes to copy usage and paper for clerk, then, if I may ask, so then what does that comprise of then? Like what types of things, for example, would be charged to that?
Yeah, it would really just be more miscellaneous copies. And again, that's why I'm completely comfortable with reducing that. I can't see a scenario where I would ever need $1,400 in copies.
Thank you.
Joanne.
Absolutely.
When we have public record, people want public records. I know they pay for it, but does that come out of your budget and then you get reimbursed, or how does that work?
It depends on which department they're asking for the public records from. So if it's a public records request from the police department, they're the ones generating those copies. So essentially, I'd just be responsible for the records that are under my authority.
Okay, so everybody does their own little thing then. Okay, thank you.
Sabrina?
Just want to note for copy, paper and copy usage and paper. So our copy machine will charge out to, if Jared or anybody comes down to our copy room, it'll charge them out for the use of the copy machine. But our department purchases all the paper. So included in that copy usage and paper is also the cost of purchasing the paper. So we have to pay to use the copy machine, and we can charge that out to other departments if they use the copy machine in our department. But the paper cost, we still incur the paper cost.
Is all borne by the clerk's office.
Clerk and finance. We usually put an order in once or twice a year, and we charge out to departments that want the paper. But If you use the copy machine in our department, you're still using the paper we purchased.
Each department is punching in their own code, like there's a common council code if you want to make copies, and then it gets charged to common council.
But not the paper, because we bought the
Just the
paper.
just the use of the copy machine.
Correct.
See how to save money in departmental budgets.
Unlocking our door.
Okay. And then the last one, I don't know if I even want to recommend, am I going to assume now that under every one of these seminars, conferences and travel, that they're all going to be itemized on the PDF backup? So I was going to recommend a couple $100 reduction in that too, but if it's all itemized on what Joanne needs to do this next year, then I'm not going to bother doing that.
So that there's a whole breakdown again.
Yep, never mind. Okay, so my two recommendations that I have then are reduction of $200 on 310 and a recommendation of $300 on 312. Total of 500.
500 total, correct?
Yes.
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
So motion by Alder Olson, second by Alder Smith to approve to reduce by $200, 100-51420-310 office supplies, and to reduce by $300, 100-51420-312 copy usage and paper. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor of said motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Anything else for clerk? Going, gone. We are now up to elections. I do have, Joanne, we've talked about this. Yes, so under operating supplies, and if Amanda, and thank you, thank you so much for running the show with the PDF this evening. So on page 39 of the budget attachment, I would invite our city clerk to talk about under 340, the operating supplies, the facility rental at $200 an event for the 4 elections.
So you will see on your A&J agendas that we prepared today that there's a resolution on there to propose changing polling locations. And we are proposing putting districts 1 and 3 up at the Omni Center and having District 2 voting here at City Hall. And that would eliminate the need for the facility rental of the Armory. So actually, we would have a savings there of $1,300 because that is the security deposit of $500 and the facility rental.
So the security deposit is part of a rental. It's included on top of it. It's right.
Right. We get the deposit back every year, but we won't need to pay it out in
Okay.
2022 if the council votes to approve changing the polling locations. So in 2021, we paid the security deposit out. We've got the refund back, but we would have to pay it again in 2022.
So Joanne, if I heard you right, it's going to be, all right, I already saw the packet, the A&J. So if we were to choose to, if we were to feel more comfortable to wait to see how A&J felt about that, we could always defer to the budget evening because that'll be after A&J to remove this. Or we could go ahead and remove it this evening and A&J changes their mind, or if the rest of the council feels that they don't want to go ahead and move polling locations, we could always add this expense back in. I personally am, I've had a good conversation with our city clerk, and this is something that I feel very comfortable with the new proposed polling locations for all 3 districts. And I would be very comfortable removing the total of $1,300 under operating supplies this evening. Alder Olson.
And I agree with Alder Wolf. And thank you for the extra work that you did to try to organize these polling places that were convenient for people to get to, that they recognize. I appreciate that. It's very nice.
Aldernet.
And I had a conversation with Joanne in depth on this as well. I think it's a no-brainer that we should maximize the use of the Omni Center. We're already paying for that anyway. And as far as, doing it here at City Hall, it may a couple times a year require us to have some meetings at a different location, but that's the only real impact. So I don't see that there's any real issue here.
I think at the end of the day, it gives the city of Onalaska an opportunity to shine to the public so they can see the people's house, and I think may sound a little bit corny, but that's how I've always felt. It's more that we can get people from the community in to see what we do here and the facilities that they pay for and what their taxes go towards, I think the better.
Yeah, I think also it'll be a wash overall. Some people will probably call and have concerns that they have to travel an extra 2 or 3 or 4 minutes, and that's all it would be by vehicle anyway. But then there'll be others that will be closer by 2, 3, or 4 minutes. So it's all kind of a wash.
And I've also talked in detail with Joanne about as far as the notification, and correct me if I misspeak, please, that you had a good amount of postage left over for 2021, and the intent is to include in the mailer with the water bill. This is if we're going to change the voting district, now really is the perfect time to go ahead and change the polling locations also, if there's going to be an adjustment. So people don't like change, so let's just get it over with, rip the bandage off, do it one time, my words, not hers. And so a mailer could go out with the water bill in January, and we could take care of 2 things with one mailer. And then hopefully the intent then will be later in the year also for the general election for that water bill also, because it'll be a lot of time between the January mailer and for the November general election to remind people, hey, don't forget, this is where you vote. So I feel very comfortable. I know I had an issue, not an issue, I had more of a concern to make sure that we are notifying people. And I also understand that our IS manager would be also able to pull out rentals and possibly do something separate to them, because you send it to the water bill, so many people who are renters, they never see the water bill. So I personally feel very comfortable that the city was doing their due diligence to let everyone know where they need to go. And then it'll be up to them to read their water bill and read the mailer. That's all we can do. So Alder Stevens.
I'm comfortable with taking the 1,300 out now, with the caveat that if for some reason E&J decides not to go that way, that we're going to have to put it back in. I do have a question for Joanne. In the event that voting does take place at City Hall, where physically will it occur?
We would do it here in council chambers, just like we did the in-person absentee voting for the presidential. If you had a chance to stop by during that 2-week period, it gave us a really nice trial run to use this as a voting space. Had really good feedback.
And will we have elections on the second Tuesday of the month?
Yes.
So there's that one, that's the day that you were talking about. That
3 or 4 days, or 3 or 4 months out of every year, we'd have to go somewhere else. Yeah.
we can Zoom or something.
Yeah.
The snow isn't too bad.
It'll be in August.
The Great
It's going to be
River
probably
Landing.
really hot.
Yeah, I'll make a
Alder
motion that we approve removing $1,300 from the election tab for operating supplies, code of 340.
Second.
Motion by Alder Smith, second by Alder Olson to remove a total of $1,300 from elections 100-51440-340 operating supplies. Discussion.
51440.
51440-340.
Yeah, operating supplies. I just took the last 3.
It's on your operating supplies. I talk fast. Keep going here. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of said motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you again, Joanne, for everything.
Second.
Yes, and third that. So now we're up to auditors. Anything with auditors, I'm gonna just keep turning. And then human resources.
I've got some there.
Just
Caught
give me
up
a
on.
second here. I just got to get up to it here. I got some stuff.
Okay, human resources. Okay, yeah,
Aldernut.
thank you. The only one I have under that is I'm looking under 340 at the bottom of the page, operating supplies. I'm looking again at historical usage. I'm wondering, and again, we can always ask our human resources manager, I know is here too, so we can ask Amy if she can live with 1440 in that. That would be a reduction of $500. It's still substantially more than what has actually been expended in the past.
Maybe if you could approach him. So Aldernut is making the suggestion to FNP2 this evening to reduce the
Operating supplies 340 by 500.
the operating supplies. Right now you have 1940 in, and he's suggesting possibly reducing it by $500 to 1440. Would you feel comfortable with that?
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Was the high point that 2020 was like supplies or?
Correct.
That was over like. what about-
Correct.
We missed.
Jared, here you are
I'm
again.
back again.
Yes, thank you.
Our previous HR person did not have a city cell phone and we have a city cell phone now, so you'll have to put about $480 in for the city cell phone. That was not budgeted in the budget. That just came out since the budget documents were prepared in August, so my recommendation.
So under phone, internet cable 225, having that go from 150 up to 500, is that what you're saying?
So right now, what I show on the other PDF for phone internet cable is at 150. So does that mean, Jared, you're recommending that that has to be increased? Okay, so, oh, I see. Okay, right, the line item.
What's the total that needs to be increased to? 500 even as a total, not 500 additional. Okay, so that would be, Dan, the way I'm understanding, that would be a savings 150 out of,
Maybe we just do a swap of the 450, move 450 from one to the other.
would be 350 from one to the other, and that would leave you 150 left.
Jared, did you say you needed 500 or 600 in that?
480.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right, yeah, so that would be 350 from operating supplies up to cover the phone, which would be a total not then of 500. And that would still leave you $150 of savings overall with the operating supplies going down to 1440.
The operating supplies has several different sub GLs here. Is that coming out of a particular group?
Where's the cell phone coming out of?
Operating supplies.
Operating supplies,
Employee engagement recognition, miscellaneous, employee relations.
right, wellness
There's a
program,
lot of different.
safety training. I mean, it's really, when I think of operating supplies, I'm thinking of something else. When I see what it actually is, it's kind of, it's more layered to me. So,
Well, I guess what I'm saying is we either have to take a decrease out of everything proportionally or X more out of one subgroup and like employee engagement recognition or.
and I don't know if I feel
safety-
comfortable.
Safety committee, I mean, what?
Those should,
I'm
Alder
we're only
Burbaster?
talking about $150 difference. I'm just wondering if we even need to do any kind of an adjustment because again, it's within the budget itself and without having to identify which one of these would need to be reduced and let Amy work with that within her budget itself.
And
Oh, she can't, she's going to have to cut something out to get that extra expense. So I'm just saying, because it's $150, do we just leave it?
In one category where that 150 come out.
She's saying not to do that. I'm
Yeah.
thinking just out of miscellaneous supplies.
Could you give me a number on that, the last three numbers? Miscellaneous
And,
supplies.
well, it's all under 51, 510, 340.
Okay, oh, operating
Yeah.
supplies.
Supplies, yeah,
Yeah.
minus 150.
Starts with safety committee, wellness program, safety
Right.
training, employee relations, miscellaneous supplies, employee engagement.
I think we're kind of getting in the weeds here. Yes, Eric.
So I'll withdraw my recommendation. It sounds like you're just going to have her shift money around inside to cover the phone.
Guitars part.
Yeah.
That's just.
Well, it adds up.
Miscellaneous is a catch-all, so
Yeah.
that's the easy one. Otherwise, you specifically take it out of something else.
We've done 150 reduction already out of city admin. So I mean, it does add up, but it, you know, it's not something I'm gonna like die on the mountain for. So.
Eric?
To speak what Alder Burmaster had mentioned here as well, if you look on the screen, you see the account number and the sub-account of 340 for operating supplies, and then the, as Alder Stevens is referencing, the various departments, the various programs or projects that the money would go to. As a council, you're approving the line 340. You're not approving the expenses underneath there. That's the departmental justification for that. So if you're reducing that section of 340, as Alder Burmaster said, it would be up to the department head to operate that entire justification for those sentences, for those phrases there.
Thank you.
You don't have to decide necessarily where that comes from. The department head will have to make that adjustment.
Thank you. I would recommend that we just leave operating, the 340 operating supplies alone. Okay. Anything else under human? Oh, we do have to add something for phone.
It's just cell phone.
Right.
Charges are gonna be
An additional,
from the extra that ladder account.
um,
Supplies, so.
I don't think so. Is it?
We're gonna take 500 from operating supplies. Now we're gonna move that to.
No, we just said we just, unless you want to make the motion.
No.
Oh, yeah,
We need that money for phone.
right. Where are we going to take it from?
Well, I thought we were gonna take it initially take the 500 out of the operating supplies budget for.
I'll let you make the motion. We'll see if you get a second.
Well, Jim, I think what you might have missed was that there's an additional expense of another $350 that is not identified here under the telephone bill. So that kind of just sucked out that $500 I was making a recommendation to, so that she can cover that internally.
Just leave it.
Yeah.
Leave operating
Okay, fine.
supplies.
That's fine. As long as you guys are happy with the way. it moved over.
So our choices are we have to increase the budget by 350 on this particular section,
No.
or find 350 within the department.
Well, the department have to find the $350 throughout the year within the department.
In their department. We just
She's
leave
got
it
that
alone.
wiggle room in the operating surprise. So.
I would highly suggest that we increase the phone internet cable by 350. So it's a true representation of what we expect.
And then decrease the operating.
No,
So you need to find, you're gonna take 350 out of our previous savings of 89.
sure. I mean, that's what I'm going to support, but I'm just listening for a motion. So I will make a motion that we increase under human resources 100-51510-225 phone internet cable and increase the expense amount from 150, add an additional $350. So it is a total of $500 expense. And that is my motion. Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. So we will leave that 150. Anything else with human resources? Hearing none, I will move on to assessor. Nothing assessor, move on to IT.
So those possessor thing is just contracts, right? Contractual for the most part.
Correct. It's just our contract with the assessor. And then when they come for board of review, some expenses related to that.
That's what I thought.
Pardon?
IT.
Yeah. IT.
So yeah, we're
I
on,
do. I'm sorry. I'm
Yep.
sorry.
yeah, we're on IT right now. So anything, let's see. And Sabrina, do we know what the balance is in the disaster recovery fund and the sinking fund?
Do you want to tell? We have it.
I can take it.
Jared and I looked it up today. He
Yeah,
wrote them
so,
down.
so there are a
Mhm.
couple of sinking funds for the IT department and
Yes.
the sinking fund, we have not put any money into the sinking fund since 2017, I believe it is. Part of that is back 10 years ago, you know, the IT world was in a different state than it is today. We were trying to put some money away. We've got $40,000 in there for the sinking fund, which would be for a capital expense that would come up during the year. So if, for instance, we just replaced a bunch of servers down in our IT room in the basement, but if a server went down, we'd need it right away. And we would, you know, we can't function without it. Probably cost us $20,000. That would be an example of a function that monies would be used for. It's not designated for anything at this point. It would be good just to keep as a fail safe. We also have 15,000 in the sinking fund, or not sinking fund, but the designated fund for disaster recovery. And we have come a long ways with what we have in the IT section and our capabilities and our consultant MCS has brought to us. But I think that's a good fund to leave there in case something would happen. And we would be having to either get contractual assistance to help us through a hurdle, even more than what MCS can give us, or something like that. So that's what those two funds are there for. But we haven't been utilizing them, which is a good thing, because we've been budgeting and doing our work, trying to get ahead of things. But I think they're good to have there in case something would happen.
Thank you so much. Very much appreciate it. Okay, Alder Not.
Actually, one recommendation, but first a question. The $1,300 saved from the rental for the elections, is that going to go toward that? That's able to go towards the 24,000? Great, okay. So under IT with the operating supplies, year 2020, is that COVID related that went sky high like that compared to previous?
On the last three numbers, please.
340.
Yeah, so operating supplies can be everything from battery backups to plugins to cables to everything under nuts and bolts. So it really, you know, we're just getting, the whole IT department is really starting to find its legs right now with compared to where we were at 2 years ago, and trying to get things to the point where we know exactly what's going to happen budget wise, what we need to buy. We just moved into the room downstairs as our new server room. When did we do that, Nils? A year ago? 9 months? So, you know, we just cleaned out, we just put a whole bunch of items on our auction, trying to get our inventory. Nils and Caitlin are working on getting everything inventoried. It's just, we're making strides, but can we lower that $500? We could, but
That's what I was going to recommend.
but it's one that as a whole, just within the department, you know, some of these costs, we don't have like in the street department where we've got years of data to back up where we're at with costs. So
Well, I see that you had $3,500 budgeted for this year. You spent just under 1,400 so far. Do you think you're going to be spending another 1,100 in a couple months?
you can come on up. I'll let Mr. Nils give you the official.
Welcome, Nils.
So there's definitely, we can spend on more like remote equipment, like monitors, workstation docks, or not workstation, laptops, docks. It's been something I've discussed with Jared for, seeing where we're at with the end of the year as far as equipment. I know we've been running it pretty close with transitioning everyone over to laptops with COVID and more remote work and all that. So, I mean, could I definitely spend it on stuff that'd be worthwhile to the city? Yes. But, sorry.
Well, where I'm going with that is if you do spend it now on things that we need long-term, that would make it easier to reduce $500 next year too.
Well, and I once again come back to, we're still trying to figure out, we just switched everybody to laptops about a year ago, docking stations. There's just so many things going on in our IT situation right now that it's hard to know what the expenses are. And when you look at this departmental budget, one of the things I'd point out is we know our contractual services are what they are if we're going to continue having MCS. Wages can't be changed. So you start taking those things out and looking at what's left in the budget that we actually control. There's very little in the budget that we actually control. So if we do have to, like battery backups, they tend to go all bad at once because they always get bought at once. So it's something that if we start buying them, wholeheartedly, that we could spend, they're a couple $100 a piece. So, I mean, depending on how things work out here. So it's one that within what we have, and you look at the detail that's behind it, there's very little that we can control for miscellaneous expenses that are coming up. So I personally think the operating supplies should stay where they are, but I would say we could probably, if you haven't pointed out already, the $1,000 in certifications and licenses probably could be 500. I think that's one that we could probably.
Okay. Which one is, where was it?
321.
321.
That would fall under.
Reduce that down to
Reduce that by
500 and leave operating. Well, 500 is 500 either way, wherever it comes from, as far as I'm concerned. So you hit the nail on the head though, as we move forward. 75 to 80% of this budget, we can't touch because it's wages and benefits. So that means we've got to find $24,000 somewhere from the remaining 20%. And that's why, these little bits here and there with everybody taking a little bit of pain are going to get us there. But yeah, so it matters not to me. I mean, if you take $500 from operating supplies or $500 from certifications and licenses, it's still $500 towards the reduction. So, so if that's what you're recommending, then I think that's something the council should consider is a $500 reduction in certifications and licenses.
Maybe very
Stephen?
comfortable with that? $500 reduction.
That's fine.
That's important from an IT side, I know that.
Yeah.
Once again, our department's evolving. We just did the reorg in the Public Works Department. The IT department section switched and management modes and things like that. So we're still trying to find ourselves yet. We're doing a good job, I feel, but we're still trying to figure out where exactly we're sitting.
Well, you're just a couple months into the reorg. So I mean, this is very new. It's not like it's been 6 months. I mean, it's very new.
You're comfortable, we can cut it 500, so
we're-
that 500 for some certification.
Yep.
That's the only one I had. So.
Well, I'll make a motion that we reduce the account number 321 certification and licenses by $500, bringing it to $500.
Second.
Motion by Alder Smith, second by Alder Olson to adjust account 100-51540-321 certifications and licenses, reduce a total amount of $500 to bring it down to an expense of $500. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor of said motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Stephen. But you had another one, I heard.
Oh, that was the only one I had.
Oh, okay. Anything else with IT? I will turn the page to City Hall. Hello, Dan. I didn't even ask for it yet. Hold on. Alder not.
Yeah, so I only have one and it's a small amount, but again, it adds up. And that's under line 330 at the very bottom of the first page of City Hall. Looks like we have a placeholder there for $100 every single year and we don't touch it. Is it gonna hurt City Hall if we take that away and apply it towards the 24,000?
Only comment I'll say is we haven't used it in the past. Our conferences have been delayed or canceled the last couple of years, and the reduction of staff that we've had to try to give our facilities manager an opportunity to attend some type of travel would be beneficial. As I request all of our staff to try to get out and do some type of educational session, $100. But we'll find it someplace else. I mean, that's.
Well, $100 isn't gonna pay for a conference anyway, will it?
Well, some of the different online sessions, or if we cooperate or go with combine it with, if it's a library or park and rec or another account, then we can try to do it, but to try to offset some of the cost. You'll see it's going to be through all of our budgets that we have put together here. There is money for travel, so we'll try to work with all of our departments to put it in there.
Okay, it's the only one I have, but I mean, do you think if that opportunity were to come up, you'd be able to find $100 somewhere else?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll recommend we zero that one out.
Line.
330 seminars, conferences and travel for $100.
Seminars. Oh, on that one, it's on.
All right, I'll make a motion that we count number 330 seminars and conference travel under what do we got here? City Hall, reduce the $100 to zero.
Second.
Motion by Alder Smith, second by Alder Olson to remove and zero out the under City Hall account 100-51600-330 seminars, conferences and travel. To remove it from, excuse me, reduce it from $100 to zero. Discussion. I will not be supporting this evening. Just won't. So any other discussion? All those in favor of said motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Motion carries 2-1. Anything else? Alder Stevens.
Line 241, there's $450 for a letter opener maintenance contract. I mean, I understand there's probably a lot more mail than what I'm accustomed to, but I've always had to do it the old fashioned way, and I got my letter opener and I just opened the mail.
That item is in the clerk suite. As this budget, the City Hall budget sometimes it gets everything that nobody wants to put in their budget gets dumped in here. So like the letter opener, even some of the mail, the contract for the mail service and stuff like that machine all comes out of this budget. So that's a contractual service item that we have.
And I know I had, excuse me, I had followed up with staff regarding this. I know I didn't get a chance to look at it, but I know it's quite large. It used to be in the mailroom. It's used heavily for elections and water bills. Not necessarily used daily, but it is quite heavily used when times are needed. So I know I went online and kind of looked up just commercial size letter openers. And just, what the prices were. I mean, they can be $3,000-4,000. I don't know anything about them. I personally am going to defer to staff as far as the need for a maintenance contract on a letter opener. I don't know, but
I mean, I think you'd rely on Joanne or Sabrina on this. This is one that it's always fallen in the City Hall budget, so we always put it in the budget, but I've never personally used the machine, so I would rely to somebody that knows. We just have the contract that's always been in the City Hall budget.
I'm just curious, like on our heaviest day, how many pieces of mail are we opening? Because that's literally over $1 a day, about $1.50 a day to have the maintenance contract on the letter opener. So $1.25. I'm not saying no, I'm just saying it seems like a lot of money for a contract on something that's probably just.
Sabrina might have a truer number, but I'm trying to think how many water bills come in a day. Water bills come in a very short time frame. So you're getting back, potentially thousands of water bills in a very short amount of time. That's primarily when it gets its most use is during water bills.
Intact.
And I know that we've gone to a lot online payments, which has helped tremendously from an efficiency point of view, but still, Sabrina, Carrie and then Sabrina.
And I would just like to say that that machine is used every day because when we get, from when I was here, we would, the mail, we get a tub of mail. We don't get like a little stack with a rubber band on it. And some days that thing is full. Sometimes we get more than one tub on some of those heavier days. And when you're talking about opening that by hand, that's a lot of staff time. And, you know, money for that. So when we're talking $450 as opposed to staff time doing that, I don't think that's an unreasonable number.
And I'm also thinking about the repetitiveness of it. Injury, as someone who has carpal tunnel.
Yes.
So, you know, and Sabrina.
And in my short time here, our staff uses it very frequently. Especially, we just went through a water bill cycle, and it gets used a lot during tax time as well.
Thank you all, appreciate that.
Okay.
Anything else with City Hall? I'm hearing none. The next one would be insurance workman's comp. I'm wondering, we have been at it for 2 hours. If we could possibly consider taking a quick 5 to 7 minute recess, if everyone would be good with that. So how about if we recess now at 7:32 and everyone try to be back in their seat, ready to go by no later than 7:40, if we could? I would advise everyone turning off.
Pizza back there. They got pizza, pretzels. Oh.
Does council get pizza too, or does council get pizza too, or?
So are we think we're good? Sugar?
I'm gonna start recording, okay, Diane?
Coca-Cola, Coca. Recording. Okay, so we are recording now. Okay. Okay, so if everyone is back, or most everyone is back, thank you everyone for the recess there. So we are back on as of. Oh, what's that clock over there? We're back on as of 7:52, and we left off with insurance/workman's comp. Oh. So after City Hall, mine is, oh yeah, the tab for me at least is insurance, workman's comp, and then it's other government, yeah. Yeah. Just get on page here. Stephen, I'll be with you in just a
Okay.
second. I just gotta find my, Amanda, could you please tell me where are we on the attachment page? Because mine got all messed up.
There isn't
Oh, we're about,
attachments for this section.
we're at about.
Because these are just
57 or
estimates
so,
that
right?
are given to us from our insurance company.
So there's none.
If you want to see the estimates, I can provide them, but.
So Stephen,
Okay, so on most of these, I honestly don't have the background to make any recommendation either way. However, if we go towards the back where it's Department 51944,
and what's the page number?
and here it's 27 and 28 of 59. The other one is 51945. These are vehicle insurances. And I talked to Sabrina on this one because I noticed that these were 9.1% increases on both pages, and that seemed very high to me. The way she got at that was that the insurance providers have not provided an actual cost yet. They provided a cost estimate where they have a low and a high, and the low is about 4.5% increase, and the high is the 9.1% increase. So Sabrina went on the conservative side and just said, well, I'm going to plan on 9.1. I think it's minimal risk if we just go down to 7%. That still seems extremely high to me. If it is that high, I think we need to look at other providers to see if there's a cost savings out there. But just by going down to a 7% estimate as opposed to 9, on the first one, 51944, that's line dash 512. That is a savings of $718 off of this estimate. And if we go to the 51945-513, it's a savings of $1,093 off the estimate. And that's again, going with a 7% increase. And the difference would be going from 26,341 to 25,623. And on the other page, it would be going from 40,095 down to 39,002. So that's what I recommend that the council consider, is using 7% as a base, which again, on 51944-512 is $718 less. And on 51945-513, it's $1,093 less.
Do you have total for both of those, or does it matter?
Total for both of those would be 1,911. It's getting to be late. This is why I brought a calculator. I'll start using it. So
I think it'd be 1,811. If you.
811, yes, that's right.
1,811.
1,811, yes.
It's a reduction of 1,811.
Correct.
Yes.
The other one is,
That's total. So 718 for one and 1,093 for the other.
John?
Is that government insurance or is that the private insurance?
Correct. That's through CIVMIC.
Pardon me?
That's through CIVMIC, our insurer. Do the,
I say, because are you guys under a separate kind of insurance or?
Civic is Cities and Villages Mutual Insurance.
Okay, it is a
Corporation.
mutual for cities, yeah.
Yep, it's only for cities and villages incorporated in the state of Wisconsin. So it is a mutual, so we are a member of it instead of just having that service. Civic also does provide extensive training. Part of the reason I think we have such a low workers' comp mod is because of the active participation that Civic does for us. But also employment law, trainings, other leadership training sessions that they do provide. Grants in return, they return premium back to us in the form of grants and other ways. So it's exclusive to governments, but it's not a government agency per se, but it's exclusive to governments that can be a member of the mutual.
That it's a mutual, is that the source of the dividends? that you're-
Correct. Correct.
So understand though, if the council does approve this, that if it does come in on the high end, we'll have to find additional monies. I just think the likelihood of that happen is probably pretty low. A 9.1% increase in auto insurance is huge. And again, I would be looking at other providers if that were to happen, see if we can undersell them.
So what's the will of the committee?
Make a motion for. Make a reduction in count 519445112 of vehicle insurance. What was that other one? Steve?
That was for 718, and then the 51945-513, which is 1,093.
Make a motion for those two figures, please.
I'll second.
Motion by Alder Olson, second by Alder Smith. Stephen, just want to confirm the first one was for 718.
Correct.
Correct.
So reduce
To $25,623.
$718. Fund 100-51944-512 insurance vehicles. And fund 100-51945-513, reduce that by $1,093.
Correct.
Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor of said motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Tab. Now, we will move on to police. Alder Nut.
Okay. So couple comments here. In the end, it doesn't matter. It'll be internal to the department, but this would have been one where I was going to recommend both here and with fire that they move some monies around, mainly because I think it looks to me that their fuel estimate usage for next year is kind of in line with previous years, and fuel prices are already going up, and everything I'm reading are expected to continue to go up. So I think you can find the money inside. I've actually, kind of did it myself, but I'm not going to go there since that's up to you. But just be aware fuel is probably going to be higher than what you have. That's just my guess. I could be wrong. The only other area, let's see. Yeah, I only have one. Chief, I'm looking at line 330. And again, it's the seminars, conference, and travel. Do you have those itemized up here again on the background information? Because it's a substantial increase over previous years. Although I guess in 2019, you spent about that much. So yeah, maybe it's not out of line.
I believe that's the same amount we had for 2020. I thought that was the same.
Yeah, which was 2020 you had 5,400 and you spent 5,000. 2021 you had 15,400 and you spent just under 7 so far.
Yeah, it's kind of like others have said, this year we're starting to get back into training, but there's been not as many in-person trainings. And so that's why this year we're probably going to come in under budget. But I would hope next year we'll be back to normal and then we'll be fully spending that entire amount, I would imagine.
Okay. Well, I'm certainly hesitant to remove any kind of training from public safety. I just was looking at the historical usage, but if you think you're going to use it next year, then I'm not going to go there. So.
Thank you. And my position is I'm hesitant to remove training from any Alder Stevens.
I think there's a kind of a big hunk here that we should probably look at, and that'd be the overtime at which is line 121. I know that it was kind of a big move for the city when we started adding more public safety officers. There was the understanding that there would be a substantial decrease in the overtime, and we can see that it has gone down. But adding 3 full officers, we've got maybe a little less than 1 full-time salary less out of there. So from the $65,000 with the added salary that we have, I wonder if we can find a little bit out of there. Taking 5, 10, 15 would almost get us over that line. But I know that we've also changed the hours that police officers would work, so they're working more, and I'm not sure how that would translate into these shifts, but I don't know what the right dollar amount is. I'm just suggesting that this is something that we could flesh out and decide if there's room here for to come out of the budget.
All right, so I don't know if you want to provide the handout that I gave to you earlier or not.
And I didn't know at what point we wanted to.
I can just speak about some of those numbers if you're not ready yet.
I think it would be best if you talk about the overtime first, because this is kind of a separate issue.
Yeah, it's just the chart on there about the different overtime over the years, but I'll speak on it. So in a nutshell, I went back to 2014 just because.
Hold that thought for 1 quick second. Let me pass that up.
Because that was the easiest records I could get access to was back to 2014. So 7 years worth of data. And our overtime budget has not changed since 2014. So every single year it has stayed the same. As you can imagine, wages have increased, fortunately, every year. So that means every year we're getting less bang for our buck. Every ounce of overtime is costing more than it did the previous year. So on the middle chart, I guess I would call it, that I provided, Alder Wolf, and now you guys have it. You'll see that the budgeted amount is the top line. The middle line, in 2014, we did come in under budget. But every year after that, we've been, unfortunately, significantly over budget, which is telling me that we have not been properly budgeted for overtime for quite a while. And so for us to now go backwards is not realistic. And one thing I would add to your point about adding the 3 officers, the 2 officers that we did hire are still in the academy, and they will not start field training until January. They will not hit the road and count towards staffing numbers until probably May. We have to hire the 3rd person, which hopefully we'll hire in January if we're lucky, and they won't need the academy, but possibly they will. So it'll be at least May before they count as well, potentially October if they have to go through the academy. So do I hope that those 3 additional staff members will ultimately help reduce overtime? Yes. But we certainly will not have a full year next year of that because of what I just said, that they won't count till May. But I don't think they'll have as much of an effect on there as we all hope. Because of course, they will also contribute to the overtime issue when they get calls, get stuck making arrests, have to do reports. And so that also helps contribute to the problem in a sense.
Is the use of overtime, is that more of a product of something happens on the shift and they have to stay longer than they otherwise would? Or is that a product of people are out or on vacation, PTO or injured or something like that, and people are having to pick up more hours?
I would say probably 70% is from the calls for service, where they get stuck on a call, like they make an arrest, they have to finish those reports before they go home, those types of situations. Court is another piece, and then filling shifts when we're down to minimum and we had someone call in and we have to replace that person on overtime. That is probably the next biggest chunk. But by far, the largest percentage is just calls for service that by nature, we don't have enough officers out there handling the calls. And so then they get stuck with multiple reports and, you know, making those arrests, and it creates overtime.
And if I understood correctly, you're suggesting that when the other officers are fully trained and on the force, that you would expect overtime to increase then for those reasons?
I'm not going to go as far as to say it's going to increase. I think maybe it'll be a wash because it will help with additional officers out there spreading out those calls for service, but they're also going to create some overtime. So that's why I don't think it's going to be much of any savings in the end. I mean, it's too early to know yet. I mean, that's a complex scenario, and I can't, there's no formulas or anything to plug into, because it's not like every day we know that we're going to have X amount of overtime on because we have X amount of rests every day. That's it's so variable that I can't predict that. So, and the fact that we're under budgeted on overtime already, it's certainly not going to go down to what's budgeted already, I fear. So I don't know what to say other than I'm afraid we're not going to hit the $65,000 mark either, is the bottom line.
On a lighter note, I talked with the chief earlier this evening and regarding seven lines down on page 32 of 59 under police, ending in 126, wages, temp seasonal. There's a line item in there for $5,700. And chief has informed me that that was what was set aside for crossing guards. So that.
Correct.
Is that?
Oh, so that can go.
Right?
That can go then.
Yes. Now, is that represented in here? Good news.
Nice one.
On the
I saw
pizza.
them out today. The other one.
Yes, yes. And we see them out.
Yeah,
They're out. They're
all the
out.
time.
They are out.
We group them.
Yes. So, so you are good with us removing that $5,700 expense in that fund 126.
That's correct.
So I will entertain a motion to that effect, if anyone would like to make that motion.
I will make that motion that we remove $5,700 from wages temporary seasonal from account 126 of the police.
Second.
Motion by Alder Smith,
Nice one.
seconded by Alder Olson, to remove the amount of $5,700 from police expense 100-52100-126 wages temp seasonal. Under discussion, it's because it was crossing guard expense. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor of said motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. I'd like to flush out other things first before we get to the next item. So anything else under police that anyone may? Everyone else? I talked with Chief Ashbeck earlier today and regarding line item 124, the wages, permanent part-time. So I will turn it over to Chief Ashbeck. And this is in regard to the handout that I gave everyone from Chief.
All right, thank you, Alderwolf. Yeah, this is the difficult subject because this is going in the opposite direction. This is in regards to the requisition that I submitted with my budget early on that did not make the full budget, and that is the increase of hours with our open record specialist position. My requisition was for a full-time position, basically to increase our current part-time position, which is a scheduled 599 hours a year. As you'll note on that first chart on that same printout. So she works 599 hours a year, which is roughly 11 and a half hours a week. And we have been struggling to continue to fulfill those requests in a timely manner. Again, we fulfill roughly between 700 and 800 requests a year in open records requests, and they've only gotten more and more complex with our video camera systems and all the media. We continue to get requests inundated with that. And so the general guidelines are to fill the request within 10 days, and we oftentimes cannot. About 23% of our requests do not get fulfilled, or essentially we have to send a delay letter to the requestors, letting them know that it's going to be a longer period of time. But if you were to even weed that out further, I would estimate about 75% of the requests, which are to general citizens, those get delayed letters. So a high amount of our requests are not getting answered in a reasonable amount of time, which opens us up to liability. Attorney Jackson can probably speak some more on that. I don't know if you want to interject, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I would just weigh in and I would throw my support behind this request. Open records is one of those things that has evolved over the years, and quite frankly, our technology has increased with body cameras and what we're able to do, and our Wisconsin statutes have not caught up. And so quite frankly, until the legislature steps up, government is in kind of a hard position in that we have to provide this information. And the chief can step in, but if you have a video record, we have to make sure that we're complying with all the redaction requirements. We have to make sure there's different rules for juveniles. There's different rules for different situations. And so what might seem like a 45-minute stop, an open record request related to that stop may take us several hours to review it, redact it, make sure we're complying with all the laws related to it, and turn that over to the public. And so this is just, I don't think I can even put into words how time consuming open records are in our area of technology that we have today. And so I know, for instance, Sam was helping out. My paralegal was helping out because we can't get these out in a timely fashion. And so that opens us up for liability. When you're drowning in records the way we are, that opens you up for more errors, which opens you up for liability. And there are, unfortunately, entities out there that is what they do, is they make these requests purely on the basis to see if you do something wrong so that they can litigate that or go after you and seek damages for that. And so it really is a big area of liability for local governments.
Yes, so as you can see, I understand that obviously budgets are tight. And so my next alternative was to try to do some type of the next best thing, just increase some of the hours per week. And I had analyzed it and was hoping maybe for an extra roughly 6 hours. That's that first proposal you'll see on that chart, going from 11 and a half hours currently to 17.75 hours per week. And with that increase is like $5,600. I think you'll notice towards the far right side, the difference, 5,600 and change. I was hoping or proposing that maybe the money we just saved on crossing guards could go for funding those extra hours. So it would be a zero net in that category.
Aldernaut?
Yeah, so I don't like going the wrong direction, but I can tell you that some of my own duties in my post-retirement part-time employment is some of the security reviews of cameras. I run that system as well. And I'm just looking at video. I don't have audio, which is another concern with them. It's exceptionally time consuming. The 3 incidents we've had, I've averaged about 5.5 hours each incident, going through, collecting video, reviewing, making sure I'm getting everything correct so I can provide it over to law enforcement. And that is only video. That does not even include audio. So I can be looking for an incident at about 8 times speed, stop. Is that what I want? Back up, look at it again at full time. Can't do that with audio. Audio, you've got to go real time. So it would be very, very slow. Yeah. So it's the cameras are a great thing for our police department and for the citizens, but they certainly have increased the amount of time for open records. So.
Thank you, Stephen.
Well,
you want to continue?
I guess the only thing I would add is, this isn't a solve all. 6 hours more a week is not going to completely bring us into a perfect spot, into a perfect world, as we just mentioned the reasons. But I feel like that's at least a step forward, and maybe the following year we look at trying to inch it forward again in increments if possible. But quite frankly, I think we would probably need about 30 hours a week to make this something where we could efficiently handle these requests. So that's kind of my target goal to get to.
And if I may add, I know when I talked with you earlier this afternoon, and thank you for the time and a very frank conversation that I think we needed to have regarding this. One thing that you stated was that the addition of 6 hours a week would help lessen our exposure. And my concern is, with the work that we do as electeds, is to protect the city base, the tax base, and so that we do not subject ourselves to harm. And I appreciate your comments that you're looking to, it would help lessen. I'm not in the lessening business. I'm looking to protect us as much as we can and to do our due diligence. So while I support additional hours, and I agree with Aldernaut, it's like we'd be going the opposite way, but at the end of the day, it's about getting where I think we need to be. And I would have difficulty supporting the 6 hours a week when I think we need more hours a week. I mean, that's my position. And I think maybe as we go through this document, we can have more discussion as we go on. Maybe we come back. This is what we did last year when it came to the the crossing guards. Because we were struggling, we tried to find the money, then it popped up later. And so, we can have a little bit more, we can certainly have more discussion about this right now. But I think there's a lot of important things to talk about. I think is something that we really need to look at seriously. And I personally would like to entertain a serious discussion and idea of increasing more than 6 hours a week, because I just don't think that's going to get it done. Alder Burmaster.
I just want to say, I don't think that I could support the full-time position, but I do agree that we need more hours than that. And I see you have the line on here with the 23 hours per week. With an increase
Sorry, I
of
have a hard time hearing you.
$10,000 for
Couldn't hear you.
23 hours a week. You have another line on here that would cause an increase of $10,000 in the budget.
Correct. So I was just kind of had a third, not really a proposal, but was kind of playing the numbers to see, because that kept us under the next limit where would be under the
Retirement.
WRS ETF rules. And so it would be the next cheapest alternative. So the challenge, as Alder Wolf and I spoke earlier today, is I don't think our current staff member would be able to increase that many hours. She works full-time somewhere else. And so the challenge then presents in today's market with the labor shortage, could we find somebody that's willing to work 23 hours a week, no benefits, and has the competency to handle a complex position that's going to take quite a while to learn this position? And so I worry that that's not really a good proposal, the 23 hours. It's kind of like that's a no man's land, right? We almost have to go with the full to try to get somebody that's an attractive enough position to get them in.
So you're thinking kind of the sweet spot there is the 17.75 hours or?
Only because I thought I could cover that portion in my budget with the savings that I had located. But
Okay.
Alder.
Yeah, so I would encourage the committee to consider that we might not have enough information available here to make a long-term solution. I would actually, I don't doubt at all what Chief's telling us here, of course, and I had a lengthy conversation on him with this as well, maybe about a week and a half ago. And, but I'm thinking you might want to consider actually just going to the extra 6 hours per week for now until we can actually do more of a, I don't know what I call it, a manpower study or what have you. What I'm missing here is what the true backlog is. How many requests are we getting each week on average over the last 3 years, say? And what is the average amount of time per request based on historical records? Because that is what's really going to drive us to what we need. And I don't know if 23 hours is, going to be too much. I don't know if full time would be too much. Maybe not. I just don't know. I don't know if, 17.75 is not enough. So that's kind of the information I would like to see before we come up with a long-term solution to this. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Any other discussion at this time? So I think if everyone's in agreement, we're going to let this slide for now, and we will revisit this towards the end. Right? Okay. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. Anything else in police at this time? If not, I will move on to fire. Does anyone else have any, before I call an alternate?
Sorry.
I just want to give someone else a chance, spread the paint around a little bit more evenly. Just 1 second, let me just. Don't think I have things. So Alder not.
So 2 comments. First, like with police, and again, I can show you my ideas and where you might find it, Chief, but you're probably smarter than I anyway. I have a feeling you're a little bit short on what your fuel bill is going to be based upon what I suspect will be increased costs. But I think you can find that internally. I am looking, though, that this is the only one out of all of these where I'm looking to go the wrong direction. I'm looking historically at line 363, equipment maintenance and repairs at $1,000. Looking at historical activity, I think we need to swing $500 more back into this. I think he's short out of his budget just based on historical usage. I mean, he spent $1,785 this year, and that's year to date. He spent over $1,000 in 2020. and 2233 in 2019. I mean, the average is going to come out to be somewhere around $1,500. So that's what I'm recommending we beef them up to. And that
750 additional,
500.
500, sorry. Your area, it echoes so badly
I'm
and
sorry.
it's hard for me. So that's why
I'd be interested in hearing what Chief has to say about that. I don't know. I mean, you did the budget. You might have something I don't know about. So, yeah.
Yeah, we've always kept $1,000 in the budget for that. As things do with our building getting older, I know Brian Babish, with their maintenance, they would end up taking additional funds out for maintenance on building and things like that. But even in some of the new equipment I've been putting in my budget to update equipment such as water softeners, things like that. So we're working on that. It's hard to predict what's going to happen from year to year.
Well, I know you wouldn't turn down $500, but do you think you can make it with the budget you have here then and not worry about that for now?
I think I could work probably within that budget.
Okay.
I know you guys are trying to reduce and I can move some things around, I'm sure.
Okay. That was the only comment I had then.
Any other questions of fire? I think we're good for right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chief.
Oh. Hydrants next. Anything on hydrants?
I think that's a contractual.
Yeah, we can't adjust that number, unfortunately.
And inspections is next. And yes, Stephen.
So this is not one I had previously identified, but I probably should have. I have a question under line 290, other contractual service. We got 110,000 scheduled for that. We had 120,000 this year, which we spent only 1/5 of that. In the past, the most we've spent was just under 43,000. So I'm wondering if that is an overestimate of what we need or what it is I'm missing.
My notes for GEC.
So that's already, so is that already committed then up there?
Katie, welcome.
Hello. So yes, as Alderperson Wolf noted, this is primarily for our GEC. So when we went from having 5 inspectors on staff, 4 inspectors on staff, and started contracting with GEC, we saved some of the money that we paid in wages and now contract with them.
Okay.
So that's primarily where the pot of money went to. So currently we originally budgeted approximately $10,000 a month, which is where the $120,000 came from the previous year. Because we didn't know how much we were going to be charged based on that. So with looking at the inspections that we're doing, that's where the bulk of the money is. We know that that number is going to continue to increase. Our current lead building inspector has been taking back some of the commercial, so that tends to be a floating number in terms of the exact amount of GEC. However, there's other projects that those monies go to fund. So for example, when we annexed in Wellington Greens, we had to pay for a certified survey map and we had to pay annexation costs. So those funds came from this particular pot of money because there were no other funds available in the city to pay for this type of work. So we do a lot of legal descriptions. We do annexation petition requests, certified survey maps, if it's on a project specific basis. Previously, we did a title search for city-owned property. And then there's other departments that have the ability to also utilize this funds when there's a smaller project staff cannot complete on their own accord. Jared can explain a little in a detail of different types of projects that were.
Well, everything you said obviously must happen, so, and there's no doubt about that, but I'm just wondering, based on, I understand that you said it's going to continue to increase, but it would have to increase substantially to make up that delta. Is there, you know, do you think you need that full $110,000, I guess is the question.
So as you've seen, we haven't fully spent that out every year. So if it is needed to be reduced, I would support that if needed, but my concern is to reduce it by too far would again limit the ability of the city to pay for services. when we can meet them.
Yeah. Well, $5,000 would almost get us to the 24,000 mark. That would put us up to over 23. Do you think you could live with 105? Well, that would be my recommendation to the committee then.
Just looking to be a little more aggressive there. So based off, I mean, what do you think the high water mark would be? I mean, is it 110 or is it, we go down to like 90 or 80,000?
When we reduced it from the original 120,000, that went to pay for additional staff and making for our inspection department whole. So that's why we originally had reduced it in this budget cycle down by $10,000. In terms, so we originally, as stated, were budgeting $10,000 a month for GEC. Our average bill has been coming in closer to between $4,000. We have some months that are larger and some which are less. Obviously, winter is coming, so that's going to take a dip. But there is enough work for GEC to continue to increase their amounts. And I just don't have an answer because that's completely fluctuates on the building inspection market for the types of permits that we're getting and how many inspections they have to do. They charge us $85 an hour for every inspection that they complete.
So Katie, if I may, so like for like Century Place, will that be GEC or will that be us?
Combination.
That's what I thought. Thank you. And because I know we have things going up this next year. Yeah, a lot of stuff. Alderman.
So
I'm sorry.
again, simple doesn't mean it's right, but what I'm looking at, I just did some calculations based on what we need to cover with the original 24,109 shortfall. And then the request to go up to an additional 6 hours from Chief Ashbeck. It's 11,416 is where we need to get to. Would you be able to work off 98,500? That would cover everything that we just mentioned here and we'd be almost there.
Amanda.
I was just going to add a little bit of what other items we do use that for. And so, for instance, projects come up sometimes where we need to have legal surveys done, where we need to have certified survey maps done on behalf of the city. And so that is a fund that also gets used for. And that is hard to estimate in any given year. So for instance, Oak Park, the sale of Oak Park number 5, obviously, the sale of the park is going to generate some revenue, but there's also a cost to selling the park because we are going to have to get a certified survey map done and do some work on that end. And so we do have those projects that come up surprisingly more often than you think. We also often have to do other things like title searches occasionally. And so we use that money when we have title searches that we need to be done, which would be, for instance, in the Broham project that's upcoming, there's some city-owned land that we needed to sort out the history behind, and that's a couple $1,000 for a project like that. And so I guess I would hesitate a little to dip into that too much.
So an example of the certified survey map that Amanda was talking about, those average between can be a good $5,000 plus depending on the particular property and if we're subdividing them, just as an example of a certified survey map. So.
Alderman.
So yes, but everything you mentioned, though, would that not still be captured in the annual expenditures under the activity columns? As far as you're saying, all these other sources that dip into that money, that would still be captured under that that budget line of 290, right? Yeah, so I'm still at, if we were to go to 98.5, the highest expenditure year we've had in the previous 3 years was still only 43% of that figure, the 98,500. That's why I'm wondering, unless we're expecting to more than double our most expensive year, I think we're still good.
I think the hard part is that this transition from having in-house inspection staff happened really kind of as COVID happened and building went down. And so as development is going back up, our inspections are going to go back up. And so we don't really have a true test as far as what a regular year looks like with having contract inspectors. Calvin would have retired around the same time that Carrie retired. And so that was just as we were going into the pandemic. And so I think it's also, I don't know that the 3 years would really be an accurate reflection.
But the 2020 pandemic year is the most expensive year for inspections. It's actually less than half of that, or about half of that. The next highest expenditure is this year's year to date, which is 22.4. Year prior was only 8,300. So the epidemic year, or pandemic year, I should say, was actually the highest expenditure in the last 3 years.
And that is when we transitioned midway through the year. That was only 6 months due to Calvin retiring and Brad transitioning in his role. He retired in July. So we also, that's when Cindy Gans retired as well. So she had been doing some work that was now being picked up by GEC. So they came on full on board midway through the year last year. And
So-
this doesn't include all of the expenses to date.
So what level do you and Amanda think, what level of risk would we be taking if we went to 98.5? Would it be low risk, medium risk, high risk? I mean, my gut is telling me it would be low risk just based on previous expenditures. I agree there's some risk, but I mean, what do you all think, honestly?
I mean, my thought would be like 100,
I'm sorry?
but I mean, my initial thought would have been 100,000, but I mean, if we're starting to talk into 2,000, I mean, it's Katie's budget, so if she could find it elsewhere, if she needs it, or if she doesn't, it's her risk.
So Katie, if I may ask, would you feel more comfortable with 100 or 105? Or something else? Because I'm gonna leave it up to you. Because I mean, for me personally, I'm gonna be looking to the department head. It's your budget to manage. And I realize that we're kind of in a transition, so there's no perfect answer. And I'm certainly not gonna come to you a year from now and say, you said, I'm not doing that. So I'm asking you to pick a number to try to speed this along.
I was actually going to suggest removing the $500 from Fund 126, the wages and temporary, that fund that generally was supposed to go to an intern that never occurred, and we don't see that occurring now. So I would say that would be very easy $500 to take away from that part. And I would feel more comfortable with the $100,000 rather than dipping below that, just to give us a couple years running.
290 for the Fund 290, other contractual services for 100,000. Remove 10. Okay.
And I can try and continue to see the additional savings elsewhere in the budget.
Okay, so I will entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion that for account number 126, wages temporary seasonal, we reduce that by $500 to 0. And should I do the other one too? Combine that? You want to do that separate?
Let's do, for efficiency, let's do them both.
Okay, and the second one is account number the 290, other contractual services, reduce that by $10,000 to $100,000.
Second.
Motion by Alder Smith, second by Alder Olson to remove in account 100-52400-126 wages temp seasonal, remove the balance of $500, put it at 0. And account number 100-52400-290 other contractual service, remove $10,000 and leave an expense remaining of $100,000.
Second.
Discussion. Hearing no discussion. Oh, I'm sorry. I go a little higher.
Sorry,
Sorry.
I should have thought of this question before, but
Sure.
my only curiosity, and I'm curious what Katie or Amanda has to say about this. With TIF 6 in the works, are we going to be okay dropping that much? Like, we'll have more inspection costs for that. That's my only worry.
So TID 6 is referring to the Fields property with traditional trades. So that is a very large project that has begun construction. That is again between GC and also Brad Newmeister. I will be leading primarily on those. So to be fair, they did pay quite a hefty revenue to the city in terms of permit fees. So we do have that as to some degree, some sort of an offset. But yes, there will likely be, especially with that and some other large multifamily developments going up today, as well as residents that are starting to invest in their homes more with decks and roofs and porches and things of that nature and remodels that we're seeing. That's where GAC is primarily doing those inspections for.
So bottom line, still gonna stick with the 100,000. Good, okay. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't see your hand. Sorry. Alder Stevens, I'm sorry, you were just blocked. Alder Stevens.
So it seems like, I mean, I can appreciate that there's a lot of moving pieces here and there's a lot of unknowns and there's not really a great baseline. But kind of like what Steven said, it seemed like it was still a pretty it was a pretty healthy budget compared to what the past history was. In the event that, let's say with the 6 is explosive and the costs exceed, we're up in the $150,000 range. We go over, is that, I mean, I assume that we can do some sort of budget amendment later. Is that, can we change that?
If the council chooses to do that, yes.
Right, so I think we have more flexibility than, I think we actually have room to go down, and the caveat of if this is more aggressive, like if you're running out of money, please come to us and let us know. But I would hate to think that there were some good projects that we had to cut out and there was a lot of money that was left kind of unused. So, I mean, if 100,000 seems like that's the consensus, I'm willing to go with that. But I just want to remind council that we have some tools at our disposal, that we can be a little bit more flexible if need be. And usually every year there's things that come in way under budget, and there's other things that go over budget, and they kind of get shuffled around. And I'm not sure that this really necessarily has to be that different.
So I think I can alleviate some of the concerns right now, and I'm going to bounce these fingers off of Sabrina too to make sure I'm tracking correctly. But what I've got then is that our reductions are adding up to $28,861, which is more than enough to cover the $24,109 shortfall that we knew we had to cover. Leaves us with $4,752, which if we're going to consider the 6 hour, the 17.75 hour per week proposal with chief, that leaves us with a shortfall of $916, which I'm fairly confident as we go through, we'll be able to find that.
I like to remind everyone though that there's a lot more pages to go and there could be more ins and outs. So
Much of that.
I wouldn't get too caught up with where are we at right now, because for me, the big picture is where are we at the very end. I think it's a good goal, but I think there's I have a lot more tabs of adjustments that I talked with staff about adding and minuses. So
Just for my own edification, are you tracking the same figures?
Correct.
Okay, good, thank you.
Okay, so please remind me, there was such a long discussion. There's a motion on the floor.
Second.
It was the 500 and the 100,000.
10,000 and a 500.
For remove the 500 and remove 10. So, yes, so any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of said motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Anything else left on that tab? I think we beat that horse to death. So moving on to government, emergency government. Nothing with that. Jail is next. Next is engineering. This is what Jared's really here for tonight. So Jared, I know when you and I talked, Amanda, it's on the other one. It's on Page 106. Under, yeah, the very first one, under phone, internet, cable, Jared and I talked, there's a $150 line item for long distance costs. That's what prompted my conversation. He told me that $150 line item should be updated and removed, but the $150 should be moved to phone line charge to make it the $1,150. That sounds right, right?
Correct.
Right, so it would still stay within the category of the 225. So the total phone, internet, cable isn't going to change the 2326. It's just that we're just going to move that $150 from the long distance costs up one line to the phone lines, correct? So is that really anything that we need to do here, or is that more of an internal thing? That's just more of a thing
It
like for
doesn't
next.
change your budget sheet at all.
It does or does not? No, it does not. So that's just more of an internal thing. Yeah, that was just what prompted it, because it was I thought, what the long distance? So, let's see here. Engineering. Aldernat.
Okay. So Jared, I only have one nickel and dime on you that I'm looking at, in the interest, of course, of hearing what the ramifications may be. It's under 310 office supplies. I'm wondering if you can live with $900 instead of $1,300. And again, that's just based on historical expenditures in the last 3 years. The most you've spent was $700.
To be honest with you, we rotate monies between operating supplies and office supplies. It just depends on what we're at. We just actually made a $700 operating supplies, so we're gonna be over in operating supplies, knowing that we didn't use our office supplies. So we rotate those all around. We're over, if you look at the end of the year, we're pretty much right on the money almost every year with our budget. It's just where we're spending it.
Okay, I see. So you're saying that under operating supplies, several years you've gone over, but you're covering that through
Office supplies, yeah. And there might be one year where we're buying a particular office equipment, or we're investing more in that and less in operating supplies, but it does rotate around.
Anything else under engineering?
That's that bottom line one, Jared, 399 software upgrade. Is that your engineering software or?
Yeah, we've got AutoCAD software, and we've got actually then it depends too where under software maintenance contractual 240 we pay for a portion of the ArcView license every year, and it just a couple of years there we were under because we got the new plotter and we didn't have to pay any maintenance on it. So
And you've got ArcView
depends.
license for
just we pay a small portion of it. You know, we split a lot of our licensing between different departments. So
Your
we all
allocation, yeah. Got it. Okay.
so Aldernat.
So again, looking at it, so in 2019, you were actually over budget by $234. In 2020, you were under budget by 14.5. This year, you still have 3 months to go.
Which account are you on?
I'm sorry?
Which account are you on?
The engineering, all of it, when I'm looking at the, you were talking about your department.
Oh, the total, yeah.
And this year, you still have, 2.5 months to go, I guess. But you're 30, just shy of 34,000 under budget. Again, you got 2.5 more months of expenditures.
You need 28,000 in wages, you need 4,000 in FICA and 5,000 in health insurance.
Okay, yeah,
So
the
it's gonna
wages are,
basically
yeah.
disappear.
Older
Okay.
person not. I'd like to mention that this only goes through 9/30 of 2021.
Okay.
So this does not
So
include
3 more
October.
months. Okay.
Yeah. In fact, all these Tyler sheets only go through 9/30, if I remember.
Correct, just to get the full month.
Okay, so,
We're under, like, for instance, right now, we're under on seminars and travel, but we just authorized travel that we're probably gonna be $100 over. So at the end of the year in the engineering department, we're gonna be very close.
Where are your fuel costs captured where you're talking of some of your heavy equipment? I didn't see it in
I
here.
don't get any big yellow scoopy things in the engineering department.
I'm sorry?
No excavators, no big equipment. It's just.
Oh, no, you got snow removal and trucks like that.
Not in engineering.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing it anywhere is what I'm saying. Where did I
Street
miss?
department, Street department.
It's under street. Okay, that's where I missed it. All right, thank you.
Street department.
So if nothing further in engineering, we'll move on to Board of Public Works. Board of Public Works, Alder Stevens.
I'm gonna steal Steven's thunder and get line 322 for legal notices.
Yes.
I couldn't read my own writing here, but I think that's what I was intending. I think we should maybe take a couple $100 out of there and we'd still be more comfortable than our highest working year.
I was going to recommend 200 there also. Yeah, so we're exactly uniminded.
Since we're in that drift.
So Jared, your thoughts on that?
Board of Public Works is actually kind of not directly, basically that's gonna, legal notices would be for such things, sidewalk assessments, public hearing notices and stuff. It just comes in ebbs and flows. A lot of those public hearing notices, if we have a capital project that it's for, such as a sidewalk project, we'll charge it to the capital project. So these are just kind of odd legal notices that come throughout the year.
You comfortable at 200 instead of 4?
Yeah, it's.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion that we reduce 322 legal notices under Board of Public Works by $200 to the $200 balance.
Second.
Motion by Alder Smith, second by Alder Olson to remove $200 and leave a balance of $200 expense for legal notices under Board of Public Works, Fund 100-53310-322. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor of said motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. And, oh, sorry, I turned the page. Yes. We're still on Board of Public Works?
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
So I'm also looking at line 312, which is the copy usage in paper. We still haven't gotten close to that. I'm recommending that to the committee that they consider reducing that by $150 down to 100. Of course, Jared, if you have a concern with that, I'd certainly be open to hearing it. So
That's all for where the clerk charges it for the copies that are made for the agendas.
yeah. But again, so in 2019, we spent $77, in 2020, $8, and so far we haven't spent any this year. So I'm still thinking $100 will cover it.
You're proposing reducing it by 150?
I am.
Jared, what do you think?
I actually don't charge that account.
It mainly gets charged in my department when we're printing the packets.
And
And
agendas.
Joanne, yeah.
The agendas for Board of Public Works and Council are actually under the same code. So actually, Public Works copies come out of council.
Wow.
We need to do something about that.
So do we need this? Can we reduce the whole 400?
Or the 250 is what it is.
I know, but we're saying, oh, yeah, I'm sorry, yes, 250. Do we need the 250 at all? Doesn't sound like we use it, right?
I mean, we used it in 2019, just a few pennies in 2020.
It might have been like a buffer for if we overuse the other account. I don't know. I mean, certainly we can go down to 100, I would think. I don't see there's any risk in that.
So we would reduce it by 100.
I'd be fine with reducing it by 250.
By 250, okay,
We'll just charge the council.
okay.
And then next year, the public notice will say 25% increase council expense, and then we have to explain it.
So
Yeah.
projection of 250 to nullify that line item is what the recommendation is.
Motion under 312, copy Usage in paper to reduce $250 to zero.
Second.
Motion by Alder Smith, second by Alder Olson to remove the dollar amount in copy usage and paper fund 100-53310-312 from $250 to zero balance in expense. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor of said motion say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Before I turn the page, I'm looking at Stephen one more time.
No,
Okay. Anything further in Board of Public Works? Hearing none, I'm turning page. Street.
Just have a,
Before we even start,
Yes, Jared, yes.
if you look at the street department budget for 2019 versus 2021, 2022.
So we need to go to page 43 of 49.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, no, 68 of the line item budget, your actual budget.
Wait.
They're on the paper copy, so it is page,
There's the.
it's page 43.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Oh, it is 40, yeah, it is 42.59. Yep.
Okay.
Sorry, I was looking at the.
No, you're good. So what do you want us to look at?
So if you look at there, we have not increased and we're in the same boat as kind of like the police chief said. Expenses keep going up, parts keep going up, and we haven't really increased anything in the street department budget for such things as operating supplies, equipment maintenance and repairs. It's just a never ending battle trying to keep up with everything that's within that department. And each year we end up once again at the bottom line where we need to be with what's going on. You know, there's some years we're a little bit under in some items, but like the equipment equipment rental, we're over 1 year, then we're under. It just depends what breaks down. We've actually we had a rear end go out of a dump truck earlier this year. Luckily, we were able to use $3,500 out of our designated fund account for, that was from equipment that we'd purchased. So there isn't a lot of extra movement in the street department budget. I don't think in the last, like I said, we have adhered to the 0% in our equipment costs. You well imagine right now you can't find parts. So if you do find parts, they're going up astronomically to repair anything right now.
I don't have any, I've already asked all my questions of you earlier, so I don't have any adjustments. So if I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but I think I am in, I'm hearing you say that there's no wiggle room in this budget because of what you just previously stated.
I agree.
and I think the spreadsheet shows that. Everything looks very consistent and I don't see that there's a lot to take out of there. I do have a question that I probably could have asked you earlier, but in 2019, there's a negative number for on line 126 for wages. I mean, that kind of looks like somebody paid us to work here. And can we get more of that?
I would guess there was a journal entry to fix someone that was charged in the wrong area and it was overstated. I don't know for sure how we could actually have a negative and temporary season.
It's not that important. It was 2 years ago, but
It's budget. I don't understand.
So if nothing in streets, we will move on to street signs.
I did see a fuel entry on street though, by the way, where I'd missed it before, so.
So nothing in street signs. We'll move on to street lights.
Streetlights is one of the few areas that we actually do ask for a increase if we need to. And this year we did budget for a I didn't go back to the detail. I think it's 2.5% increase in the charges for the streetlights. They're adjusted every year. Plus, we actually added a variety of streetlights in Crestwood Lane. I think we added seven lights on the city portion and another 7 lights in the subdivision portion. So if we added 14 lights, it ends up being almost $200 a year per light. So that's a couple thought, yeah, it just adds up. So that's the reason that account actually went up instead of down.
Okay, so nothing about street lights. Moving on to animal control. Jared, I'm sure we'll see you again. I know what years ago, there were some years it was somewhat contentious because there were some big increases and we negotiated one year, we negotiated it down. I know I feel fortunate. This is one thing I don't get a phone call about is animals and issues with animals as far as loose animals or feral or so. My personal feeling has always been, I think they do a really good job and the service that they provide. And so you here for animal control? Oh, you're just getting set up.
Preparing for library.
So,
Getting ready for library.
okay, so nothing animal control.
Program, that's.
We used to have long discussions about the animal control. That's why I thought, I don't remember just turning pages, so this is great. So next is library. Let's see. I don't have anything in library. Alder not.
I just have one here for you, Dan. Under 340 operating supplies. Again, I'm just looking at the historical usage. You've got 3150 each year and you haven't come close to needing that. What I'm tracking right now for a shortfall for both the 24,109 initial goal, plus if you're going to consider the additional 17.75 hours per week, is $466. I'm wondering if we can reduce that by that.
Again, very similar to Jared, our budgets are so tight right now. One account is covering other accounts that we go through. And so, I mean, if you're going to take it, we're more than likely going to be back here with budget overruns, and then we're going to have to be doing budget amendments. I mean, for a few $100 here and there, if that's what you need to do,
If I may add, when you turn the page 49 to 59 for library, I see like when you draw the line from 19 to 22, what's total, what was the activity? So it's a downward trend.
Correct.
So I personally would feel comfortable just leaving it as it is. I mean, that's my feeling. Alder not?
Yeah, I do want to point out though, that each year they have spent far less than their allocation though. Even though it's a downward trend every year, they've been well under budget. So I'm not so sure a $466 hit is going to actually hurt them much unless you're expecting some major expenses this year that you didn't do before.
Brian, if microphone, please. I'd like to hear what you have to say.
What line item are we talking about, please?
Well, we're looking at operating supplies, which is 340. You've had 3150 allocated there for several years, haven't come close to spending that. Now, Dan did point out that you move funds back and forth so that, you still might need those. But what I'm looking at is in 2019, 20, tough to say with 2021 because there's 3 months left to go, but you've actually been under budget each one of those years. And what I'm looking for is to recoup $466 probably out of the operating supplies. Is that something that would be a hardship on the library.
Well, I know that there's a few things that they've been asking for that we've been trying to take advantage of or try to work for them this year. That because of, staff moving around and not being in the building as much, that I'm trying to get to happen yet this year. So my guesstimation is we're gonna be really close to that number this year. Through some projects that the library is wanting us to do with some different security things with relocking and rekeying the building, both on their end and on our end. And those types of things that they'd like to see done with in that building.
Okay.
I suggest we leave it the way it is. I have no problems with it.
Yeah, I support leaving it also. Jim, any? Okay, so, if there's nothing else with the library, we'll move on. Thank you, Brian. Parks. Oh, there he is. No pizza for you next.
Right, should have gotten us lobster, man.
I mean, as we get started here, I think the biggest thing I want to bring up, as we look at 2019, 2020, and 2021 and 22, where we're at. We see, going from 2020, what we had budgeted of 346,000 as an overall budget to where we're presenting for next year of 275,000. I would bet, I probably could guarantee any department in this city has not seen this great of cut. If you remember back to the May 18th special common council meeting, as we were setting goals for this budget, one of the top items was to replace a staff member that was lost in this budget. And so I want to bring it up. I respect our city administrator. He has the tough job of taking all our requests and doing it. So I respect him, and not made a big push to try to start, for lack of a better term, playing games to try to get the position funded. Our staff, I'm very concerned about them, and we're going to have more people leaving because they're going to get burned out. And so I just want to state that as we start going in here. Are we able to come in and cut enough to probably try to put a position in? Probably not. But I don't want to forget that meeting, because I will tell you, when we left that meeting that night and in the minutes, our staff was very upbeat with the idea that in this budget, there would be a position that if there was going to be something, that there would be something coming for the department, some support.
Thank you, Dan. I appreciate your comments. On that note, you and I talked about it briefly. I'm sure it's going to be a sensitive subject, but I think we need to have the discussion. I have a concern with us moving forward where we are at with the time that we put in to watering flowers. I'm going to go on the record right now. I did not plan this, so I'm just winging it. I will not let anyone put words in my mouth and try to say that I have a position other than what my true position is. I have supported Centering on Alaska financially, personally. They are a wonderful group of people. What they do for our community is unbelievable. I hear what City La Crosse, there's some factions in La Crosse, and they obviously have taken notice what the City of Alaska, what we look like, and what Centering on Alaska, what their performance is on our streets and everything they do. And we shine. We shine brighter because of Centering on Alaska. And I do not dispute that at all. My concern, though, at the end of the day is a couple hundred hours at least minimum that we're using of staff time watering flowers during the summer. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. I don't want to be negative, but I know that you need the hours. So I'm just putting it out there to get other feedback from other people up here, from staff. I'm not making a motion. I'm not saying that I'm supporting that we cut off that program, but I think we need to entertain a discussion about, because I just, you know, I've always supported your department. I support every department here. No department is any less or more than any. But at the end of the day, I feel very strongly that we six need to support all the departments, and how do we do that? So I have a concern that we're doing maybe where we might be involved in something that maybe we just feasibly cannot be involved in anymore. And it pains me to say that.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what the status is. The last few years, I know City Administrator Reinflesch and myself, they've kind of given different proposals to us. Actually, the plan was, I believe in 2018 or 2019, that they wanted to give it all to us and that we would do everything. That, you know, didn't move forward. We were just doing, you know, the watering during the week. This year, we actually did all the watering during the week, plus we did the holidays. That was an error on my part when we were doing it, but Lane and the staff took care of that. You know, that is, you know, we counted up roughly 20 weeks, 2 hours a day. By the time you're, you know, filling the 150-gallon water tank, going there each day and doing it. It is a beautiful part of our city. We get tons of compliments about it, but in the end of the day, with the levels and things that we have, you know, there's some things that there's got to be some give and take. And, you know, I would hate to see it leave. I know we discussed it a lot. You want to make any comments, please, you know, come, but it is that, you know, that we have, but it is a very beautiful thing that we get a lot of people, a lot of the staff that do the watering, get a number of people from the community that do come and support that.
So I put my neck out there. So, I mean, chop it off or not. I just think we need, because I'm hearing your impassioned plea from what we talked about in May. So.
And I think if I can just make one more comment, that is going to be more of a policy decision, or, you know, that's really not going to have effect on our budget, because that we can reallocate those hours and that staff.
And that's what I'm looking at is reallocating. Because I know you need the help. Alderman.
Let me get turned on here. Yeah. So two things. First off, and I did actually compliment Dan already earlier today, but I actually had nothing identified with questions or recommendations on this budget. And this is a rarity for a budget this size. You know, what I was going through where I at least didn't have questions. So you really have a tight budget here, and I appreciate that. As far as your comment, Diane, I guess the question I have is maybe we should look at the potential of taking sometime in the future and replacing those with plants that are more robust, but also still pleasant to the eye. Something that doesn't require watering constantly, but still looks nice. That might be an option. I'm just throwing it out there.
Alder Stevens.
So before I was just in about the 50,000, I'm actually of the opinion, I think that I have concerns that we had cut staff too far in parks. And I don't know if this is the budget year, but I would like to see that turn around and go the other way. Additionally, I think what Alder Wolf was referring to at a tourism committee meeting, they had mentioned, I think the city of La Crosse was looking to have some planters and banners and things like that. And it was noted that City of Onalaska was, I think the term they used was absolutely beautiful when you go down to the street. And a lot of us, sometimes it's easy to focus on kind of what's really important. And you think of public safety, police and fire, and our roads and engineering, keeping that all up to snuff. But parks really can't be understated as you know, that's a major component of why people would want to live here. So I would be very sorry to see the at least our portion of watering go. I know Centering on Alaska waters mainly on the weekends. And it's not that they, don't want to, they are kind of stretched on their human capital as to what they can do. So I think we have not enough people working in our parks to keep them manageable and tenable, but we have, we have too much park for them to manage. I know that the sale of the one Oak Park is a start, but that's, that's only goes so far. So given the choice, they're driving around the city. There are parks that you see are commonly used, and there's always people there, and there's kids playing and families out there. And then I see some parks that I've very rarely, if ever, see anyone. And I think we need to either find a way to increase our resources to manage the parks that we have, not let them, go to pot, or we need to make the amount of parks that we have fit what we can have to work with. I think that everybody enjoys driving down Main Street and Second Avenue and Irving and seeing how nice it is. So I wouldn't take that. That wouldn't be the first thing I would take away. I would try to right size our parks to what we can afford, or if this is important enough, we need to increase the resources to allow the weeding and the maintenance of the parks. So there's not money that I would take out of the budget. In this case, I would try to find a way to put some back if I could.
I mean, I just look at the tight budget and I don't see anything that I would change. I think we got to work on getting more in it somehow over time. Yeah, I'm fine with what it is.
Well, and as a follow-up, Dan, I'm sorry, go ahead, Alder Olson.
It's funny what value these people from the people that we've known for years that have done this. And the people that I wave at every time I go by there, and they're on the weekends, and we take for granted the beauty that we hear from everybody else that this derives, but then we don't have an idea about how we can continue this. We still leave it up to these few people who are willing to do this. So can you put together for me an idea of what the cost of this would be? And then just give me that information, and maybe we can, once we know what the value is dollar wise, I can probably help out with some of that, and we'll see if we can get some people to make sure that continues.
Yeah, we have, sorry, Alderman Olson, we will have that, and I will be able to get you that information relatively easy with what we've been done in the past.
And I
See what we can do.
I know too, since the development of Dash Park, I remember in past budgets, we've heard past staff talk about a tremendous amount of hours that Dash Park alone takes just at the end of the year just to clean up. And so that has not necessarily, I mean, it's a wonderful facility, but what that has added to the workload of our staff. So I don't know what the answer is. So.
I do like Jim's idea, though, see if we could come up with some alternatives, at least to take some of that off of having a community-based something. Maybe support that as it started, but maybe even further. It'd be nice if we could.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I had suggested to members of the organization that I think there's a lot of support for them in the community, and if there was a way to like help them actually do the physical labor involved with fundraising, that they may be able to outsource and hire a local contractor to come do the watering. That would take it off of the city's hands. But
we did last year, we did research that, looking for, a private entity to come in, at a cost. But I mean, at the time that was some big dollars to have them come in 7 days a week, a couple of hours to do it, but we can revisit that. We can pull out what we have, what was provided to us at that time.
yeah, what I'm suggesting though is that they raise the funds and then hire it out. But that's so I mean,
We've talked about that.
to Diane's point, I mean, is it the city's responsibility to keep the flowers nice and fresh looking? Certainly the city gets some major benefit out of it. So you can argue that case either way, but
Older not.
Certainly when Onalaska is marketing itself as a tourist recreational area type thing, we want to have a beatified city, something that's beautiful to look at. Question is, what's the best way to do it? And again, I don't know that we're going to solve that tonight. I think you brought up a very good point. I still think it might be looking at other alternatives or, I mean, there might be other revenue sources. I might want to get with you, Dan. I just kind of had an idea right now, but I won't do it in the public. I want to talk to you one-on-one before we go there. But I do want to say that there is a real benefit to having a beautiful city, especially the way we market ourselves. That's essential. Whether that's flowers or something else, I don't know, but yeah.
Lastly, I just want to add that, I forgot, what was I going to say? One thing that maybe people don't realize is how many times the pictures of the baskets appear in so many things online. I can't pull up houses for sale. And for some reason, they show the Great River Landing at the end. I'm like, that has nothing to do with the house. They have the pictures of the baskets. So that marketing is used over and over. So I do not discount that. So like I said, I'll say for the record one more time. I'm not trying to be negative at all, but I think we all here need to have honest conversations about it when we are so strapped. Amanda.
This is just your friendly legal reminder that we're getting a little off agenda.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I was just gonna wonder if tourism dollars could be used for that, but that would be further off the agenda.
Maybe not. That would be later on in the agenda.
I think Friday morning.
So are we done with parks?
I would just like to make one other comment, is just that I know that we're talking about the flowers and everything else, but I think the real subject matter that I heard from Dan is that they still need more help. And I think that needs to be our focus here is we still need to try to be able to get the help that they need for doing their job. Whether we take the flowers away or not, that's still not going to give them enough help. They still have other duties. So I think we need to keep that thought.
Well, for now, I'm tagging it on my budget binder this evening. So as in for chief, at least for me, for Chief Ashbeck's item, and for this item, we depending upon whatever we find, we may be circling back and having a further discussion. I don't know. So for now, we will move on from parks and go to recreation. Older now.
Yeah, under recreation, I had one item I wanted to recommend that we consider for a reduction to help pay shortfall. It was actually substantially more than what I'm going to ask for, but I'm looking at 311 postage. And I think clearly we can recoup $466 from there and get to a goal that we've been talking about.
I would agree with that. That's a change that we are making. This was discussed at the park board and stuff of not sending out our activity guides. Now, this will be a trial. I want to make sure that's in the minutes here. This is a trial this year. If we see a decrease or when people start coming back that, don't have email or what, we'll print just a handful of copies just off our copy machine. But we're going to look at not mailing out our activity guides like we have in the past.
Okay.
So that's why your printing and forms cost also went down. Okay.
So my recommendation to the committee to consider is to reduce 311 postage by $466, which would make the new amount $3,184.
Can we kind of round it? I mean, is there a reason why you have that?
Well, because that's what the shortfall is. I mean, we can reduce more, but then we'll have to figure out where to spend it because it has to be a neutral balanced budget.
Really spend less.
I think you have to have a neutral budget, don't you?
So So Dan,
Eric?
would you feel comfortable with a reduction to for postage? Right now it's at 36.50.
3650, I mean, looking at history,
Eric,
It does have to be a balanced budget, but that we adjust revenues then to make it balanced if need be.
Okay.
Not the tax levy per se, but the other revenues.
Right, and we haven't gotten to this yet, but to get it closer to balancing, I had to take general property taxes away from other funds that receive property tax. So the equipment replacement fund and joint municipal court, I took on.
So you won't have any issue finding a location for additional cuts, okay?
Alderman Wolf, I would feel comfortable taking that number down to $2,000.
There you go. Be 1650 then.
1650 down
I was gonna recommend 2.6, so we're close.
nice even number, sorry.
We're reducing it 2,000.
So it would be, so remove 1650 and leave it at 3,000 even. Nice even numbers.
Well, no, you said reduce
2,000.
2,000 to 1650.
Oh, 2,000, I'm sorry.
Right, 1650.
Sorry, can you confirm 1650, it's late. 1650 is the balance
Yeah, would be the budget amount that we'll leave.
that you want to leave, okay.
Yep.
So let me say that one more time. We would
1650 is what we'll leave in there, so we're taking
leave and
$2,000.
remove 2,000.
$2,000.
I'll make a motion that under 311 postage, we reduce the amount by $2,000, leaving it at 1650 postage for this for recreation.
Second.
Motion by Alder Smith, second by Alder Olson.
Let's go 2,000.
Regarding postage for recreation on 100-55300-311 to remove $2,000 and leave an expense of $1,650. Discussion. Hearing none? Yes. Hearing none, all those in favor of said motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Alder Stevens.
On that same token, on line 341, it appears that I think we stopped printing the rec guides and they're now online. So we still have $2,500 in the budget. Is it?
So our plan is, as we talk about printing, our concern is next spring and summer, where we do the majority of our printing, that we may still go get some printed. And so that we don't want to take that all away, that we would, we wouldn't have that ability. If we do see more of a demand, from the residents, stopping in, hey, where is it? Or if they want copies at the Omni Center or the Great River Landing, that we can have some there rather than just a stapled version that we can make through our copy machine. So our hope is to leave that there, that we have it. And if we decide that we don't need it, we won't spend it, and then we'll be able to reduce it in the next budget, 2023.
It'll be a good test to see where you're at and you more than halved it. So.
Right.
So for 2021, granted, it's still only through the Q3, but you're only at $173.
Yeah, so what had happened is last spring, we didn't know what we could do. So we didn't print our guide because it was online, because as we were adding programs or having to take programs away, we just did it online so we could make adjustments to it. We don't foresee that happening forward.
So left with recreation. Okay, moving on to Aquatic Center. So I talked to Dan. I did not have a.
Can
chance
I-
to talk to Oh, yes, sorry.
You can see on your budget changes document, there was an error in the aquatic budget. We're not gaining or losing any money here. But there is a dollar amount on line 100-55420-121 as overtime wages. That was an error on my part. That should have been in wages regular. So it's item 6, it's 6A on your budget changes.
So we're just looking at moving it from the 21 account to the 20.
Sorry, 7 and 7A.
Absolutely for items 6, excuse me, items 7 and 7A.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we move items 7 and 7A under the Aquatic Center, account number 120, 121 for 24,545, just switching them 120 to 121, reverse it,
From 121 to 120.
right?
Motion by Alder Smith, second by Alder Olson to reflect from the budget handout 7 and 7A, moving $24,545 from 100-55420-121 overtime regular to 100-55420-120 wages regular under Aquatic Center. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor of said motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Sabrina, that was my motion. That was my thing I was bringing up. So one less thing. Anything else? Okay, I'll turn the page to urban planning. Anything, nothing. And then the following page is the city study. Nothing there. And the economic development. And then under, we are now,
Ask on.
oh, yes.
What is this contract, economic development? Is that a contract or what is that? It looks like a contract, right?
Yep, that is our contract with LAPC, yes. The La Crosse Area Planning Commission. They
Okay.
charge us a fee. They actually dropped the fee just due to COVID.
Okay, all right, thank you.
It is in the attachments. I got a document from LAPC and La Crosse. They gave us our rates.
Okay,
It's the next page.
And it's nice that they actually have a formula how they charge every municipality. Leave it at that.
okay. I guess I didn't know that. All right, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so planning zoning. Let's see. Anything planning zoning? So before we go to the next tab, I just want to note that it is 9:37 approximately. Eric.
For housekeeping, item 4A through P touches on the budget, sheet, on a lot of accounts, but particularly the general fund, as well as other funds. My request would be they take action on that before we leave the general fund.
Absolutely, yes, yes. Thank you. So as I stated earlier in the evening, I want to make sure that we are all respectful of everyone's time, especially staff's time who has been here since 8 o'clock, if not before. What are our thoughts as far as do we think that we're going to be able to muscle through in the next half hour, 45 minutes, or do we want to come back tomorrow? Or I don't know how many more questions people have. I know we have some motions we have to do here. I know we're looking at revisiting Chief Ashbeck's. I think I have a few things I have to add or subtract. I don't remember what, but they're coming up. So
I don't think we're gonna get through this book in the next.
I-
30 minutes, So
We need to.
I think what we might want to do though is do some housekeeping with finishing up the expenditures on the general fund. And that I think we can do within the next 15 minutes. Specifically what I'm talking about here is, and again, Sabrina, if you can check my work here, I got us down to a reduction of a total of $31,311. Is that matching what you have?
$31,311.
Yes. Okay, good to go. So when you take out $24,109 for the wage shortfall, and assuming you're going to move forward on this, I'd recommend you make a decision now because it's expenditures off that general fund, so we can get it done. If the committee is going to move forward on the 17.75 hours from Chief Ashbeck, that's 5668. That still leaves us with $1,534 extra reductions above and beyond that. So I don't know what the committee wants to do, but I'm thinking maybe, you might want to consider addressing the 24,109 and then the 5668, taking that up, whether or not you want to go there or not. And then you'll truly be done with general fund. So.
I have done a completely unscientific survey of the department heads that are at least in the room.
Thank you.
Some don't care. The rest would rather stay tonight, plow through, than come back tomorrow.
It's fine.
Rather plow through tonight than come back tomorrow.
Tonight, then come back tomorrow. So that's-
And come back tomorrow.
I think revenues will go faster than expenditures anyway, so.
So Eric just said that. Could you repeat that one more time? Because I'm starting to get hoarse.
Unscientific survey of the department heads that are here tonight. Some don't care either way. Everyone else would rather plow through tonight than come back tomorrow. Would rather stay tonight to get it done.
I mean, for me, I think that we're all here. Let's just grind it out.
What do you guys think?
My military mind is let's just get her done.
I would ask though that if we could keep our comments to a minimum, still get our questions and answers, what we need to do. Because it's still upon us to do our job. But if we could just be more direct and just grind it out and I'll try to talk even faster. So thank you. And I just hope that we'll just see. Okay, so thank you. Thank you, Eric, for doing that. Okay, so we are at, okay, so we were finishing planning and zoning. Does that seem like that was so long ago? I don't even remember that. But okay, planning and zoning. So we're done with planning and zoning. We're about ready to start water, but Eric, you brought up, maybe we. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda.
Thank you, Amanda. You have no idea. So if we could talk about the 2-page budget sheet real quick, because we could knock off a whole bunch of stuff.
Do you want me to talk anything about the open enrollment?
Absolutely.
So all of it's 4A through 4Q. Those are all. So when I initially did the budget, I estimated a 7% increase in health insurance, dental costs. And then once open enrollment happened, obviously some people waive coverage, some people move from family to single or family to single or single to family. So these are just changes based on open enrollment. And if it's in the debit column, that means I had to add to that department's expense. If it's in the credit, that means I got to take away from those departments. So I was very conservative in my budget and that helped. The shortfall that we did have. As you can see, the general fund really saw the change in the general fund health insurance and dental and also refuse and recycling because we match what our total expenses are in refuse and recycling and giving them a portion of our levy. So if there's any other questions, let me know.
So we can take it as one full motion.
Correct.
4 to 4Q, which is continued on the next page, and just reference this handout, and we don't even need to talk line by line by line. I was just noting the lines earlier in case anyone was watching us from home. But this on screen, this will appear if anyone were to be watching us, right? They would be able to see this on, then I'm good. So I will entertain a motion for items 4 through 4Q per our handout this evening.
I'll make a motion that we approve the handout of items 4A through 4Q as noted in the attached handout.
It's on the next page.
Very
One
top.
little stray one.
Sorry, I should have made it.
Okay.
Single line item.
So motion by Alder Smith, second by Alder Olson to approve items 4 through 4Q on the handout budget changes from proposed budget submission. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor of said motion say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And I believe everything that's left is what's forthcoming, coming up. So, okay. Stephen.
So Diane, again, just for the house, it's your all decision, but I believe, wouldn't you have to have a motion to take out of that 31,000 and change that you saved, 31,311, to apply 24,109 to the wage shortfall? Would that not require a motion? And likewise, did you want to take up Chief Ashbeck's proposal and apply some of that too? So that we can clean up the general fund expenditures?
I would suggest that we finish through and then
Yeah.
reallocate.
Yeah, I think
There could be more to come.
Okay.
You don't need a motion to apply that savings to the wages as those wages will have been implemented there already and will balance out. We need to define cuts to make the, balance out with the revenue. So there's no separate motion you need to do to apply that to wages. You approve the wages as by motion and you'd be good to go that way. Are you discussing then the position in police?
Yeah, the additional 6.25 hours a week.
We're looking to circle back to that.
The rest of the funds are independent funds. They're not general funds. The police department's purely general fund department. So I would suggest before we step off of general funds that that gets solved one way or the other. We can always circle back to it, but nothing else that we do the rest of the evening will tie into that balance. They're all going to be all their own funds.
The bottom line is you've got more than enough reductions if you want to do that to cover it.
We still want to get in the weeds. I'm afraid if we could get in the weeds and then we're not even going to hit water tonight, so. Get in the weeds a lot tonight and we don't have anyone mowing recently. So what is the wishes of the committee? Do you want to go to water or do you want to talk police?
I would prefer to continue like always done.
I would prefer to I think we just need to head down, go and so, okay. So,
See what the real number is after.
yeah, okay, so we are next on water.
Come to water guy.
There.
Can we keep the budget change document up? We do have one change for water that's already on there.
Oh, yeah.
This is item 9 and 9A. These water wages were originally in my budget and then not sure why, but I did a recalc and moved them out due to a spreadsheet that was used in the past that I will no longer use. So we need to add back to the department request 66,612 into 610-57100-110 salaries regular and 59,804 to 610-5760110 salaries regular.
So the first one that she mentioned, that the first one is on page 3 of 11.
Very top line of 3 of 11.
I'm trying to find the other one. 15. 16, so, Sabrina, where is the 9A then? What page is that on? Oh, 50, I'm just trying to find the page here. I know that came out today. Oh, there it is. It's on page 9 of 11. So the two changes are page 3 of 11 and page 9 of 11. Under salaries regular and salaries regular, top of each page. So, Chair will entertain a motion for 9 and 9A. We're going the wrong way, but we're just rectifying.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to keep this moving. Let's a motion to approve 9 and 9A in the attached handout for 66,571, 100-110 regular salaries of 66,612 and 9A 66,576-110 salaries regular 59,804.
Second.
I'll also just, oops, sorry.
Motion by Alder Smith, second by Alder Olson to approve items 9 and 9A on the budget changes worksheet. Sabrina, discussion.
I was just going to add that the Board of Public Works did approve that original at 104,311. So it was just kind of a data entry error going back in the second time to do the department. Sorry, the administrator's budget.
Utility committee.
Sorry, utility committee, not public works.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of said motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Anything else under water? Flipping. Taken care of. The next one is sewer. I know, I see that 48,100 account, that interest income. Yeah, that just really stinks. Yeah, that's sad. Any questions regarding sewer?
Thing I would point out is that our contractual for the city of La Crosse treatment charges, you can see is going
What
up.
page, please?
Page 2 of 9. At the middle of the page, the contractual account, which is 290.
Big number.
Just as a, that's the majority of what you see the changes in that sewer budget.
6% increase.
Yeah.
So anything else regarding operations? And we have maintenance sewage collection, the next page, maintenance pumping equipment, next page, meter reading. I'm just keeping turning pages. If no one has any questions.
Other than that big change, most of it's pretty much.
Very similar to previous years.
So if no questions, moving on to stormwater utility. Pardon?
Is the cemetery next?
Mine isn't.
Stormwater.
I have stormwater. Yeah, some of ours are just off one or two. Yeah.
Stormwater utility is very similar to previous years. Once again, we did change the ERU at the utility committee, but it mainly it's for debt service.
So I show next is cemetery. apologize, I'm working on PDF also, so I'm just trying to. Okay, and next is tourism.
Track one, that seemed to jump up there, huh? 211 is the budget, and it was 143 is
But it's less than what it was before.
206, yeah.
It's, total costs. It's, I think that's funded from room tax dollars, so.
Okay. Right here.
Next one is
What was the question?
Tourism, we're on
Yeah.
tourism, yeah. Yeah. It was 290, it was page 2 of 6.
next one is park fund. And then Page after that is parks. Special projects donations. This is going, oh my goodness.
Sorry.
Get to the end, it's.
I do have a budget change for special projects. And this is a question you had brought up to me yesterday, Alderperson Wolf. So in special projects, there's a transfer out, and Dan and I met today and went through this, and it appears that in prior years, due to maybe due to COVID or just due to the goodwill of the special project fund, there was an additional dollar amount of, last year it was 45,796. That was also transferred on top of the almost 1% that gets transferred for the room tax. So there was an additional 45,000 that was given to Omni the past couple years. So I did take that out. And I think it was due to just the room tax values being lower in 2020. So I did take it out in discussion with Dan today. So then the special project fund would only transfer out the true 58,111. That's seen on also the Omni budget, which we'll see as we continue on here.
And what page is this reflected?
This would be on page,
The binder, the 3-ring binder. Was it on 13 or 14?
yes, I believe so.
That's several.
Yeah, it's on page 13. It's that 103,907.
Oh, that's the one I was asking you about.
Correct. So as you can see in 2020, we budgeted 63,000, but we ended up giving them additional to help out the Omni Center. So we transferred more last year, and not knowing why, I just assumed that's just something that the special project fund had done. And then until the question came up today, and Dan and I dug into it deeper, so. Yes,
Yes, for item 5. So this is this to the good? Which way is this?
yeah, this is to the good for
Right, okay.
the special project fund.
Okay.
So we're adding that 245 into this 590 code?
No, we would be taking it out.
Withdrawing it,
We're
okay.
transferring out of the 590 account.
Okay, that's right, okay. All right, so I'll make a motion on the proposed budget submission attachment, item number 5, special projects. We transfer out 45,796 out of account 204-59200-590.
Second.
Motion by Alder Smith, second by Alder Olson. for item 5A on the handout in the amount of $45,796. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor of said motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Anything else? Eric, did you have your hand up too, or you were in conjunction? Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. And now we're on to refuse and recycling. Refuse.
So there is another one here for the budget change, 6.
Oh, yes.
Since we had the savings in the health cost, I'm proposing that we move 12,897 to the general fund to help with general property taxes, and that's item 6A.
So 6 and 6A.
So 6 will be for JMC, but we can approve 6A.
Oh, I'm sorry. So we're
We're
just talking
on
about 6A
refuse.
right now. I'm sorry, 6A. Okay. Savings from healthcare to the general fund.
We're adding that one.
Unfortunately, that was before my.
That's an
24.
expense, right? Additional expense. So Chair will entertain a motion for item 6A.
I'll make a motion that we approve 6A, refuge and recycling. Count 205-00000411110. Property tax, general property tax of 12,897 increase.
Second.
Motion by Alder Smith, second by Alder Olson for savings from healthcare to the general fund on 205-00000-41110 in the amount of $12,897. Discussion. Hearing none. Oh, you're a placeholder. Okay, thank you. Hearing none, all those in favor of said motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Anything else on that? So we're turning. Let me look at my sheets. So I now show shared ride taxi fund.
Yep.
I don't have anything. Okay. Oh, Sabrina.
The only thing I wanted to add here is last Friday when I was on a phone call, right now, the Share Ride program is up for a request for proposal. And I was speaking, and there's a bunch of reports that we have to fill out by the end of this week. And I was talking to our contact at FTA in reviewing the documents for the Share Ride program. He did note that Fred had budgeted that near the end of 2022, we could purchase a couple of vehicles with some CARES money that are available to the Share Ride program. And that would be covered at 100% through the grant. And that's not in my budgeted numbers because I was not aware of that until that conversation. So I didn't put it as a change. We can wait and let the public transit decide if we want to purchase 2 additional vehicles in 2022. I thought it was worth bringing up today.
Thank you. I think that's, yeah.
Usually do that in that committee, don't we? In the transit committee, we usually do that. If we're gonna purchase, we usually okay that.
Tell her.
Sorry,
You want to do that in the same committee? Do we normally do it, or would you prefer to do it to the common council?
I will leave that up to the council on your decision. Being new to this, I wasn't sure how you wanted that presented, if you wanted it presented now or later on when that is decided through the public transit.
Will the other partners, Holman and West Salem, have an interest in that as well? Or would
I
this
presume
be-
that
or
they
would this be the
would.
property of Analaska?
They are vehicles owned by the city of Onalaska, and then we lease them to Running Inc. So
The city has final say ultimately as the city controls the budget.
So I would presume it would be something that would go to public transit. We would discuss whether we want to purchase the 2 new vehicles, and then it would come to council. If that's how you want to leave it, I just wanted to bring it up today because it was something that was brought to my attention again last Friday. So I thought it was worth discussion.
Thank you, Sabrina. Eric?
Confirm with Jared, we do normally do that here after the input from the transit committee. However, and this year, maybe most convenient and best practice to do it through the capital improvements budget and to show, because it is 100% funding, as other sources of revenue or other sources of payments.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
so maybe best to do it that way, approve it that purchase that way. So long as that still works with the timeline from FTA though.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on, I think we are in joint municipal court. I'm sorry.
Equipment replacement, that's what I have next.
Oh, yes. If you would have seen all my tabs, you'd understand why I missed that. Sorry. Yes, equipment replacement. Thank you. Equipment replacement. Oh, Sabrina.
I feel like I'm taking over Steve's job. So- Sorry, it's late. My jokes are not funny. So for equipment replacement, there are 2 things. There's budget change 1 and 1A. Budget change 1 was just an oversight error in that for tech outlay for the police department. We had thought that they had everything covered in capital improvements, but and I emailed the council about this, but it was discovered later on that that was not the case. So we would like to add $8,139 to equipment replacement fund under the account number 207-52100-813. And then also to help recoup the shortfall in the general fund, we did take out the property tax amount that was given to the equipment replacement fund of $77,796. Speaking more on this, you may be like, what are we doing? Why is Sabrina recommending this? Typically what's been done, I did a lot of research into this because I didn't have Fred here to ask the question. In the past, what we've done is we've portioned a small amount into equipment replacement fund. And then based on savings from the year, then we do an operating transfer into the equipment replacement fund to add to their reserve balance. The reserve balance for the equipment replacement fund is very healthy reserve balance. So by taking that 77,000 out, I do not believe we are going to hurt the equipment replacement fund.
If I may ask, what is your idea of a healthy balance? What is that balance?
Give me 1 minute and I will tell you the exact balance.
Like, is it over $1 million, under $1 million?
It is over $1 million.
Okay.
I was gonna write it down today and I didn't.
While she looks
Eric,
that up, just
yes.
confirm the general practice has been to budget for the expenses in equipment replacement, but not budget revenue for the equipment replacements outside that small amount that was referenced there. We've always generally transferred enough in through savings when we reconcile the budget to cover those expenses in the year. And so the reason for that large amount there was instead of budgeting expenses and not budgeting revenues, we'd actually budget appropriate revenues for that this year as well. So I would request that when the equipment replacements line items are decided later, that we still approve them, understanding that we will be spending it out of the equipment replacement reserves, with the exception that if enough reserves are transferred from the general fund, that would go to pay for the equipment replacement instead.
Sabrina.
So the balance, the unreserved balance, so this is, anything can be used. We do have some reserved balances in here or things that we've already set aside, but unreserved is $1,590,370.30.
Do you have an opinion where our balance should be? I mean, bigger is generally better, but for a city our size, what would the median
Well,
year fund be?
to be honest, most municipalities that I've worked with don't even have an equipment replacement fund. So the city is doing very well. A lot of municipalities that I've worked with have equipment replacement just goes in the general budget. And they would have extra reserves within the general fund. Our general fund is healthy. I'm not concerned about our fund balance. I think this was a way to, that past practice to continue to fund equipment replacement within the city. I wouldn't want that balance to drop too far. Again, using the 200,000 or, well, it'll be more than that. Now we'll be at, before we take out the 77,000, we're at 253. So taking over $300,000 away from that fund balance would not put us in a bad spot.
Thank you. I do have a question, Chief Ashbeck. I get to ask a ticky-tacky question now. I apologize, this is one that I forgot to ask you today. Regarding the PDF, page 243, under the 810 account. Could you talk briefly about the generator, the range trailer for $1,100?
Yes, so we started conducting some night training out at our range because that's traditionally not been done. And we used to do that in West Salem and found very beneficial because of course we work 24 hours a day. So it'd be kind of nice to be able to shoot under our flashlights or with our flashlights. So with the range trailer, we have some lighting and we would need a generator source to power those lights when we're setting up, taking down. If we have any other equipment functions with our guns and whatnot, we need lighting out there. So that's what that is for.
So you feel that this is a necessary purchase?
Yes.
Motion on that one.
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we approve one equipment replacement fund 207-521-00813 layout OPD for a plus 8,139. And also 1A equipment replacement fund 207-00000411110 generally property tax of a decrease of 77,796.
Second.
Motion by Alder Smith, a second by Alder Olson to approve items 1 and 1A on the budget changes from proposed budget submission. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor of said motion say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. So just for the record, we have completed this.
One more, yeah.
See.
AMC number 6.
Next tab.
Oh, there it is. Thank you. Okay, so we'll get to that.
Mr. Nutt.
Yes, Mr. Nutt. Alder Nutt. Oh, you're good.
That's a question for clarity. So the 77,796, right? That's what it was, 77,796? Yeah. What fund is that?
So that's coming out of equipment replacement. And
So that has nothing to do with the general fund at all.
it's going into the general fund.
It is going to go into the general fund. So that gets added on to the 31,311. No.
Take it into.
Already took it into account.
That should make you feel good, right? Okay, we're good.
I was trying to get us, if I would have had like 2 more hours, I would have gotten the 20,000.
I was thinking we were gonna be able to help out Parks and Rec.
Oh, my
Getting there. AMC, yeah.
Okay, so if we're done with that, we're moving on to JMC. But Municipal Court. I don't have anything. Does anyone have anything? Hearing none, I'm moving on to debt service. Oops. Oh, I didn't see your hand.
That's
Sorry.
the one on the attached.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, 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 yes.
The last
Yes.
budget change.
Item
to-
6.
Yep, to move 20,000 out of general property taxes and move it into the general fund. Yeah, from JMC into the general fund.
Good. No, you're good.
I'll make a motion that we item 6 on the attached worksheet of JMC 208-0000041-110 general property tax of an increase of $20,000.
Second.
Motion by Alder Smith, second by Alder Olson for item 6. in The amount of $20,000 from the budget changes from proposed budget submission spreadsheet. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor of said motion say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Now we are done with that page. Thank you. Yes, Alder Stevens.
I'd hate to backtrack and have to move things around, but with the monies going back into the general fund, that's generally music to our ears. However, I know we don't have a sewer agreement, and looking for vehicles to fund potential land acquisition or potentially building a plant. Could some of these funds be allocated towards that? And in the event that the agreement is reached, then we could, put them back against the general fund. And then also with the healthy equipment replacement fund, is that a vehicle that if we wanted to fund a sewer plant or wastewater treatment plant, is that something that we could use? So that would be a question for, I believe, the city administrator. But it could be Sabrina. Give you a break.
Short answer will be no, because of how the funds were designated to go into the equipment replacement fund. When the transfer is made, it's for purpose for equipment replacements. And we further define, especially when we do our review with Moody's, what equipment replacement fund is generally spent for. And land acquisition has not historically been one of those things. Longer answer is maybe we'd have to talk with Brad Begutz, who is our financial advisor that works with Baird and as well with us when we do Moody's to see if that is an opportunity.
Sorry for the detour.
Oh, you're fine. That's where we. So if we're good, we can move on from joint municipal court and move on to debt service. I'm getting to you, Sabrina. So the sheet is not in the 3-ring binder, but it was in the PDF that was sent to everyone.
It's page 256.
Yes, thank you. The debt 2022 debt service general fund, one of 3. I thought it was really important that our finance director or our city administrator kind of put a little bit of spotlight on this, especially going into Board of Public Works next week for capital improvements, just a friendly reminder of where we are at as far as for debt service. So I will turn it over to Sabrina. Thank you.
So this is a listing of all of the debt that we have. There's 3 pages of debt that it's in relation to the general fund / tourism. Doesn't include water and sewer. This is the debt we've occurred over the last, I think the first one going back is 2011. Prior to that, we've paid them off. So unfortunately, that the only way we're able to spend money as a municipality is property taxes and debt. So in Board of Public Works, I made the recommendation that I would propose that we would try to keep our borrowing down for this year to 3 to 3.5 million, and use some of the ARPA funding to pay for some of the costs that we can't bond for. So in your packet that I gave you tonight and that you've had for a while, we highlighted items on that list that we cannot bond for. And that was through discussion with Jared and I, and then we confirmed with Bayard, and they agreed which items we could not bond for. So what that means is if we can't bond for it, we can look at other options. We can take out a note, which typically has a little higher interest rate than a bond. Or we can take out the state trust fund loan, which you can see we've done that quite frequently starting in 2017. The state trust fund loans do have to be paid back within 5 years. Interest rate is usually a little higher than bonding. And for the next several years, our principal and interest totals are going to be higher, but then it kind of drops off a little when those state trust fund loans are dwindled down because those are larger payments. As you can see, for example, for for the 2020 state trust fund loan, that's $100,000 just in 1 year. And we only borrowed $542,000, where the 2020 CIP of $4,680,000, it's only $100,000 payment. So borrowing over that shorter period of time increases our cost up front and paying right away over those first 5 years. So at Board of Public Works last month, I recommended, again, staying between, I think we even said $3 million ideally to borrow, to bond for, and then the difference coming from the state trust, not from the state trust fund loan, from the ARPA funding. And we have 4 years to spend that money, but I would even suggest we could do it over 3 years. So there'll be further discussion on that next week.
Thank you, Sabrina. Any questions of Sabrina at this time? Okay, so thank you. We'll move on to Omni Center. If we could just briefly hear from Dan Wick regarding advertising.
Income
Advertising.
6761.
And this is, I've since talked with Dan, the advertising income, the advertising that you and I talked about previously is not this area, it's somewhere else. So I wanted Dan to just talk a few minutes about
So
boards and such.
Yeah, requesting our sponsorship program. That is 48515. So currently we have 37 sponsorship banners up throughout the Omni Center. Staff has been contacting them. I believe of the 37 that we have, we have contracts out to 35 of them. 2 of them have responded that they don't want to continue. So staff is working diligently on getting that back. So, just a second, I'll have Courtney come speak.
I didn't see them and I forgot they're in the other room. So it certainly if.
Courtney or Justin, either one of them can come up as their.
Absolutely. I would certainly welcome their input.
This is Courtney. Might be the first time a lot of you meet. Courtney's our new
Welcome,
sales
Courtney.
and marketing coordinator. So really ask her a lot of questions. She likes that, especially this time of night.
I'm sharp still, don't worry.
There we go. Welcome.
Yeah, so I've been working with contacting the businesses that have been part of our sponsorship group for the past couple of years. So we usually do those 3-year sponsorships with them. So that's a contract that they sign and that money's coming in each consecutive year. Typically, a lot of them are very positive about doing that 3-year contract, which is awesome. And then also looking at trying to expand that and get new businesses involved and a part of that sponsorship as well. So.
Any questions of Courtney this evening? And Justin, do you, since you've spent the night here, any input that you'd like to have? For me personally, I always think that when staff has graced us with your presence, I think if you're here, if you would like to add anything, I think you should be given that opportunity.
Yeah, just to add to what Courtney said, we've done the wall boards. We're adding a lot more larger sponsorships and stuff too. So if anybody's been in the Omni Center recently, you'll see a big 8-foot by 24-foot follower and hammer banner hanging up above the southeast doors. We also have a company that's interested in potentially doing a larger sponsorship, wrapping the Zamboni. So trying to get a few more larger sponsorships in there that bring in, kind of the equivalent of multiple wall boards. So doing a little bit of bigger sponsorships as well.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Any questions of Justin? Thank you both for hanging with us tonight. Very much appreciated. I know that was something that this past year, that was a big thing for us to pass the contract and what that whole thing was. So I thought it was just good since we're here, just to kind of talk about that briefly. So as you said, Dan, that was in account, that was in the 515 account, the donation.
48515.
Great, 515, yes, yes. Great, thank you. Anything else to ask regarding the Omni Center? So I think we're good, everyone. I guess we're on to EDA management. Anything? I don't see or hear anyone. Moving on to Gunderson Lutheran parking. Former alderperson Kim Smith and I were both on council, and Jim Olson back in 2003-4 when this came through. So yeah. So anything about Gunderson Lutheran? Rand? No? Okay.
Warned yet.
We don't want to go there, and we will keep turning the pages. Yeah. So now we are in TIF 5.
This is the Great River Residences.
Correct. And then the very last page is TID. There was a-
That page is in the attachment, TID 6.
Oh, okay, that's where I saw
Just
them.
because we don't have any budgeted numbers for TID 6 yet.
Right.
Because they're still pretty new into getting that project.
That's where I saw 6 was on the.
The only thing that I'd like to mention in regards to TID 5, we will be having a meeting for the TIF. I can't remember what day it is, Katie. Soon, it's soon, it's soon. But these numbers, I did work with Ellers, and they actually provided me a spreadsheet to be able to calculate these payments in the future, because this is a pay-as-you-go TID program with the Great River residents. So those principal and interest payments are payments that we are essentially making back to the developer based on the property tax that they pay us. So that's how that works. And they get 85%, and we keep 15%. But then we also have to pay interest, and we're paying 7% interest. The developer.
I have one quick question that I missed when we were going through stuff, and maybe this might be a, you know what? No, never mind. Never mind.
What's your juice?
So I think we are back to unfinished business. We have police left, correct? I don't think I have any.
Number, back now.
I don't have anything. I'm gonna go to Sabrina for our number. One thing. Jared. I know. Come back. I do have a question. I apologize, I did not, I forgot to ask this question, then I talked with HR today, and then this got brought up and what the situation is under wage. I see that we do have a vacancy for the utility billing assistant.
Correct. In our departmental reorganization, we kept 2 utility billing clerks. We promoted, because we did not know at that point whether we were going to be able to promote from within. We had promoted from within for the office customer service supervisor. So we do have an open position. We're still gauging, we've implemented our reorganization in September, so it's only been about 6 weeks now that we've actually been fully implemented. We're gonna wait till the first of the year, see how things are going. If we can do with the utility billing area, if we can get by with what we have, we might bring forward a proposal to move those resources back to an operator position. But we just want to see how things are going, give it a minimum of 3 months, somewhere in that 3 to 6 month range, and then bring something back to council to look at as a proposal.
Because with the reorg, you lost an operator?
So
No,
with
it was the
the
same number.
reorg, we had the same number of FTEs at the January 1/21 as we have at December 31st.
Okay.
even with the reorg. So we actually lost Jim Prindle's position, but we actually, the office supervisor position actually took the position of our assistant manager. So
I think you know where I'm going with this. So I get the feeling that you're looking to hold that position.
Yes, we want to hold
Year,
it and
see
see
how
how
things
things,
flush out.
the reorg actually physically hit the ground running.
Okay.
How the boots hit the ground to make sure, and then use those resources in the best way we can.
Okay.
That position is funded, I think it's 40% sewer, 40 water, portions storm sewer, and a small, very small portion of it, 5% or something is general fund in the street.
Thank you.
So.
So back to the police tab.
Want to do the 1775 work week. It's an addition of 5668, which I believe would be in the 52-100-124 wages per PT. Is that right? Okay, so we'd be increasing that line by 5668 if that's what your council wants to do.
That's what our committee wants to do.
Committee wants to do, sorry. Right now, your savings are 31,311, or your reductions, I should say, they're not savings, of which 24,109 really needs to go to the wage shortfall, as discussed at the beginning of the meeting. So that still leaves you with enough money to cover that and still have 1534 left.
My only concern whether or not that's just going to cut it.
Again, I think we need more information, and that's my, we just don't know.
Yeah.
So. But it certainly gets them moving in the right direction until it gives them some time to collect some more data.
So is the thinking that we can get additional information between now and the budget hearing in November? And then we can make that
Oh,
final
I don't-
determination.
That's chief.
at the
there.
hearing?
Yeah.
And I want to make sure, I'm not quite clear, what is it that we're asking for additional information from?
I was thinking by next year myself, because otherwise we'll have to find more savings to cover in addition anyway.
I think your intention was to get an additional 6 hours a week now.
6 1/4 or something, yeah.
And then
Well, because I
then
believe that
by next year, when you have more time, then
And we're at the
Actually
beginning of the
readjust.
budget cycle again and not catching it on the tail end. We can take a look at it. Yeah.
so
so
Eric,
I don't think that there's any point waiting till next month. I mean, that a whole lot is going to change between now and then.
I think if Attorney Jackson is open to the idea that the extra 6.25 hours is certainly a step in the right direction. When she gets her new paralegal hired beginning of next year. I realize there's some time if she gets to get trained, but maybe we can get through next year between those two things. And then we can do a better analysis of that and reapproach a possible increase in the hours in the 23 budget.
So then what we're really saying is won't do anything right now for this budget other than when she hires her.
No,
No, no,
you would
no.
increase it to 6
Oh, and then
quarter hours.
and allocate that from
And
yours.
then I would allocate some of my paralegals resources next year as well. In between that, we could Band-Aid it through another year.
It's not perfect, but it's something, I think it's certainly a step in the right direction, a good step.
So, Diana, I don't get to vote, obviously, but I do personally believe this is the most prudent approach right now because we just don't have all the information available to make a long-term solution. Certainly, I mean, there's a problem. This addresses it. We just don't know exactly how big that problem is. There's more study that needs to be done.
I don't know, I think what he's presented here addresses a situation quite clearly, but I don't know what other additional information that.
How many hours does he need to make up the shortfall? We don't know. Because what I don't have in front of me is what is the average numbers of hours per week that are being requested to work? Basically, otherwise, so how many requests do we get? What's the average amount of time each request takes based on the last 3, 4, 5 years? You know, you'd want to get a longevity in there. And then you take a look at how many hours does that break down to per week? And how many hours do we have available with the records request to do that?
You need a part-time person just.
No, it wouldn't be that hard. He would have all that information on hand. Would probably take, certainly some hours, but it would be worth doing it because otherwise we're guessing. We don't know how many hours we need to do this job right now. It's more than what he's getting, that's for sure, but we don't know what the actual answer is.
So I will ask Eric, this budget was presented, this is your budget that you presented to, started out as a city administrator budget, now presented to council's now our budget. My question to you is that, this budget did not include anything for increased hours for personnel. No one got anything. If the budget would have allowed you to, what would have been your priorities or recommendations? If you had to.
All the requests for staff were found to be, in my opinion, valid. They're all important to have. Obviously, limited resources, you have to prioritize. For me, the exposure to the city, this position is what would lead me to have this position expanding hours and take care of the open records requests that we have for electronic version would have been my priority.
Thank you. Okay, so what is the wishes of the committee?
Know what Stephen, Gary and I just spectators.
We can inform and even advise, but we don't get to move or vote.
So we do have, if I heard you, if I understood it correctly, we do have dollars to cover the additional.
668.
The additional How many hours?
6 to.
Six to approximately 6.25 hours additional a week. Which is
Well-
the 5667, which, okay, so we do have that,
5668 rounded up.
right?
You make a motion.
That's the only way we're going home tonight. Someone's got to make the motion either to adjourn or we're approving. It's one or the other. We either adjourn or we approve this and adjourn. Well, we got to do something else. So we do have the funds if we choose to approve the additional 6.25 hours.
I'll make a motion that we approve 6.25 additional hours. Please, budget. Position we.
Per week.
Per week.
Second.
We have the
Motion,
funds.
motion by Alder Smith, second by Alder Olson to approve adding an additional approximately 6.25 hours per week for the police department in the approximate amount of $5,667.77, correct?
And that's in a line item 52100-124. Wages and perm PT.
Just for clarification, Sabrina, do you need the actual account number and the amount in the motion?
I would think so.
Yes,
As part of that motion, I'm going to assume that both of you, the motion and second, that your intent was that that money, the $5,667.77 would be placed in the 100-52100-124 wages permanent part-time. So yes, thank you. Thank you for keeping us honest. Discussion. Under discussion, I look forward to continuing to work towards more. So, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of said motion say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Alder Knott? I was just,
No.
I was just waiting for.
It's automatic.
Well, you guys are voting. I don't get what to say.
No, I just thought you had a comment. I think we have everything done, except I know I looked at the last few years' minutes. I believe we do need to entertain a motion to move this proposed budget to the public hearing. I didn't forget, the public hearing on November 8th, Monday, November 8th at 6:00 PM. So I will entertain that motion. Oh, yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Budget, approved budget here to the public hearing on November 8th.
6 PM.
Second.
A motion by Alder Smith, second by Alder Olson to move 2022 proposed executive budget to the public hearing in November. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor of said motion say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. So two quick little things. This was a transition year. This year we went with kind of half and half. We had a budget 3-ring budget binder, which was hundreds of pages less, like 300, and half PDF. As someone who has always been resistant to change, and I love paper, but as one who has tried to wave the flag for 15 years here at the city to move more towards paperless, I think this was an excellent stepping stone to go towards next year. I would certainly embrace us going 100% paperless for next year. So with the caveat that we have a search feature on the PDF. I want to personally thank staff, administration, department heads. This just doesn't happen miraculously overnight. It just seems like it does, but literally after we approve this next month, it seems like we just started all over again the next day. It almost, at least I'm sure staff feels that way. But a lot of hard work and energy and effort has gone into this. And I think with the transition, after someone has been here for 40 years, I think it has gone pretty well. I think that, there's been some adjustments that had to be made, but make no mistake, there was a lot of eyes that were on all this documentation. So it was no one person who was at fault. It was just, and I've told people before tonight, good that we found any oversights or errors or whatever before tonight. So then we were all prepared for this document tonight to make it a lot easier and smoother. So thank you everyone for your work on this. Thank you everyone for coming tonight and hanging with us, and we don't have to show up tomorrow night. Alder not.
Promise, only 30 seconds. So came in tonight, obviously, as the primary bad guy for the reductions. I do want to say that, you know, we came in knowing that we had to find reductions, and I really applaud pretty much everybody in the room shared in that pain and was a team player. So thank you very much.
Second.
Motion by Alder Smith, second by Alder Olson to adjourn at 10:43. Discussion, hearing none. All those in favor said motion to adjourn, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. It's exactly.
Oh, no, we've been here much later.
Oh. Oh. Thank you for that. Well, oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Oh, my gosh. Let's get a liquor license.
Good night.
You never know how cold it is outside. It's chilly today.
So Eric and Sabrina,